How about now? Can you guys hear me now? You gotta love that 30-second delay. I'll just give it a second to filter through. Can you hear me? Are we good? We're back? All right, good. Sorry, I was gonna wait for confirmation before I started again. All right, hi everyone. I was literally just sitting here saying, I'm trying to remember how to do this. And in comes the notification that I haven't turned my microphone on. But hello everybody, thank you for letting me know about the sound. Thank you for letting Mr. Bones know about the sound, but we're here now. Yeah, so I'm feeling a little bit rusty today. I'm sitting here panicking like, oh no, what are we doing? And then I realized that's the stream. Winter has gotten here, so we're able to wear our big comfy knits again. It's finally cold, which is lovely. So we have a few bits of business to attend to at the start of stream today. So first up, we need to do a reveal of the ones that we made last week. So let me swap screens here. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I can see the microphone is on, but that doesn't really always mean anything. So let's see, first up last week we made Oddish. There's our boy. We named this little dude Veginald, if I recall correctly. So last stream's theme was we were trying to fill out some evolutionary lines, and so there is our little Veginald. He will be joining us today as a little stream mascot. There we go. And second, I think it was Paris, who we named Lady Pinchington III. Oh, no, the first. I don't know why I always say third on that one. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, and here is how our little Lady Pinchington turned out. See if we can't get the focus to work this week so you guys can have a proper look. No matter which way you point her, her eyes are never looking directly at you. And I believe the mushrooms were named Emily because they're Emily in Paris. So Lady Pinchington the first, and she of course completes our Paris and Parasect evolutionary line. So that's really exciting to just like finish one off. Again, she will be joining us for the stream today. And finally we had Electrode, who like I get isn't the most exciting of them, but I did put a face on him. And I did my best. I think I captured the eyes, but I'm not sure I really captured the mouth very well, but there we are. Go on, focus for me? No? Okay, that's fine too. So there is Ohms, and we renamed the little guy Watson. And somebody, I think it was Elf Crochet in the Discord, reminded me that we've actually named some of these guys before. And I've been letting you guys just rename them all, but this is the only time it's actually come up where we've actually had one that we've already named, because this guy was originally named Pincushion in the video he showed up in, but I like the name Watson and Ohms better. So we're renaming this one here, but I'm going to be a little bit more careful about that moving forward. So those were the last two that we made last week. And I have an updated Pokédex image to share with you all. I'm so glad you guys like them. That's awesome, 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 awesome. All right, so here on the screen at the moment is the Pokédex as of 2 weeks ago, because I didn't transfer the image file in time for last week. And here is our Pokédex as it stands today. There we are. So it is starting to sort of fill out a little bit. Let's just flick between those two so you guys can get a feel for it. Wow. Huh. Yeah, we're starting to like, still a lot of purple squares. I think we've only made 33 out of 151, but we are getting there. So, thanks, Nikki. I'm quite pleased with my doodles. At some point, I'll have to dig out all of my old sketchbooks and we can flick through them together. But yeah, they serve their little purpose, and we've got a little bit of room left on. You guys can't see. I'm gesturing at my sketchbook. We still have a little bit of room on this page, so we'll be filling that out today. Alrighty, let's get down to brass tacks now. So I have the choices open on the screen. Here are today's options. Once again, I'm giving you a choice of 5, but only 4 will fit into the poll, and then like as we work through them, That just means we have enough choices to last the whole day. So we'll be voting between 1, 2, 3, and 4 first up, and then 5 will be substituted in. Now you may notice that there is a trap. I'll set the poll up as I talk. You may notice that there's a trap in today's, in that there are 2 brown ones. They are slightly different shades of brown. I took my samples directly from the Pokédex sprites. Let me just type that in. Sorry, to type in the thing, my keyboard's all the way over here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we don't have another one of those situations where you think you're picking grey and you're actually picking white. There we go. So I'll let you guys vote. And I want to say, I have dubbed this game Dodge the Diglet, because for weeks now I've been including Diglet and Dugtrio in the votes. I'm not going to confirm whether or not they're there today, but you may notice there are 2 brown squares. So there's a trap for you guys, because you clearly don't want to see Diglet. But there's also a trap for me in today's. So that's just kind of to entice you to maybe take a chance on one of the brown ones if you want to see me suffer a little bit, because it is what it is. But the other options, we've of course got a lovely blue sitting here at number 2, sort of a goldy yellow brown for number 3, and then a lovely pink at number 5, who is neither here nor there right now. Oh, it looks like number 2 is coming in strong with 53% of the votes so far. So I guess you guys have a strong opinion already. Exactly, dodge the Diglets. Let's have a little look. 4 gang rise up. Yeah, one thing I did forget to do for the stream today is I have no stream snacks, but I will hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate or dihydrate. So at least we'll be taking care of that. Now, which one of these pencils? I'm just gonna pick the one that you guys are actually gonna be able to see while you guys finish off that vote. I think that one's fine. Oh, we've got some guesses here. Don't pick the browns. 4 is Diglet, 100%. But number 2 is sitting at 52%. I don't think that's going to shift very much. Yep. The Cloaked Emo number 5 won't show up until the next poll. We can only have 4 options, but because we get like 3 Pokemon done some weeks, I like to make sure that you guys have some options to pick from by the time we get to the end of the stream. Maybe I'll change the way I do my screens in future, because I do get a lot of questions about number 5 during these first votes. But let's see here, end poll. There we go. Let's see how the results came up. Okay, as I think you all expected, number 2 came in at 52% of the votes, followed by number 3 with 21%, 4 at 14%, and 1 at 12%. So there were some votes there for the Browns. Good for you guys. And let's reveal what's behind door number 2. And I have to be very careful with this because it's all on the same like layer. So if I slip, I'm going to reveal what one of the others are. So it's always just a little bit stressful for me. But let's... Sorry, it just started raining here. I saw Katie, I saw your message earlier about no storms for you. The storms are here, which has been lovely. I believe we even got tornadoes. Sorry, there's like, oh, tornadoes. No, I think there was a tornado further south in the state. Here we go, revealing number 2. Very curious to know if it's who you all expected it to be. Oh, accidentally bit into number 5 a little bit there. Just going carefully, but I think it might be who you all expected it to be, in that it is Gloom. I decided I really did want to finish off that evolutionary line. So Gloom did feature last week, but wasn't picked. And oh, sorry, I'm just laughing at Mr. Bones. There is a twist. They're all Diglet. I'm going to do that to you guys eventually, because at some point you have to pick the Diglet. But there we go. We are making Gloom today. So let's swap over to our make screen so you guys can see what's on my desk. Ta-da. And let's get this sprite swapped over so that we're no longer looking at Electrode. We want to instead be looking at... Just hoping that I loaded it. Gloom. There she is. Hey, Gloom. There we go. All right, and so Gloom. We are going to start, as we normally do, with making some sketches. And just in case there's any confusion, because sometimes I get this question. In fact, I get this question a lot. I'm not working from patterns today. We're designing them as we go. So The patterns themselves are released up on Patreon within about a week of the streams. So anyone who's looking for what I'm copying along to, it doesn't exist yet, but we'll get there. Alrighty. Yep, we will definitely, Nikki, we will definitely add the drool. We will be also making sure that we pay attention and give Gloom some purple lips, because when I think of Gloom, I don't remember that feature ever, but we're going to make sure we do it. I have the same blue that I've used for the rest of the line here. Yep. And I got some purple for the mouth, as well as... That's why I keep my yarn out of frame, because it's full of spoilers. Full of spoilers. And then I've got like some... You can see it better on this camera. Again, it's funny, I've swapped the cameras and it's still more accurate from this angle. We've got some orange and some dark red for like the bud on top. Though part of me is tempted to dig out this pink, I do think it's more of a brown red. Excuse me. So we're going with this one today. So those are our gloomy colors, and I've got some white there for adding the drool afterwards. There we go. I'm a big fan of that purple too. I think it's Wisteria. Four Seasons Marvel Wisteria. It's very pretty. Alrighty, let's get some gloomy little sketches done. So there's not going to be a lot of like crazy shapes for this particular person. We are basically going to use a lot of the same body and limbs that we used for our Vileplume. But Vileplume is, of course, the head looks like, oh, focusing. Vileplume, of course, is shaped like a little volcano, and Gloom isn't. So for Gloom, where do I want to draw you, Gloom? Let's draw you down here. Same kind of like slightly wider at the bottom. Like, as I said last week, it's like someone took a ball of Play-Doh and dropped it onto a hard surface, so it just sort of like bows out slightly at the bottom. And then we're just going to think of it as like Gloom is wearing a fancy, fancy hat. Made up of 4 big clusters and 4 big ribbony bits. Might be 5 big ribbony bits. Hopefully I'll get to see Gloom from behind. Mr. Bones is pretty good at sending me through images, so I don't have to do the image search myself. Yeah, we've got a mouth. The drool. So the first thing I'm just drawing here is the initial portrait, which is basically just I'm trying to like copy the image. Doing that kind of helps me like mentally break down the shapes of the creature, and then we do an actual shape breakdown next to it. So right now I'm just literally trying to draw a Gloom portrait. I think we'll do Gloom in a seated pose as well, like Vileplume, but maybe not leaning back on his hands. Maybe he's a little bit more intense. He's a little sad boy. Now, throughout this process, you can feel free to suggest names as we go. Mr. Bones does keep a list of them. We pick 4 and we let you guys vote on what you want to name him at the end. So Oddish was Veginald and Vileplume is Stink Blossom. I think it was either Stench Blossom or Stink Blossom. So Gloom can be named accordingly. I do believe the name Ruby was being bandied about last week though, so do keep that in mind. So the reason I want to see Gloom from behind is I'm wondering if there's a fifth orange leafy bit, because to me those look like the Oddish leaves, like they've dried up and they're just sort of making room for the bud of the flower, because the flower looks like the before of Vileplume and the leaves kind of look like the after of Oddish, if that makes sense to anyone but me. There we go. The flower is 4 ribbons and 4 ball-shaped things. Okay. We a little blurry. It is set to autofocus, but let me just see what I can do here. I think I just made it dark. I'm going to try not play with this too much because otherwise I'm going to be here all day. I can just never get it quite how I want it. I'm just focusing, giving it something to focus on. And we'll go with that. I do think it's better than it has been in previous weeks, and we just aim to get it a little bit better every time. Alright, let's just finish off our little Gloom portrait. So I did read in there that apparently Gloom is just 4 leaves, so maybe the 5th leaf just sort of falls off. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for the Gloom booty pics. Okay, yeah, so there is only 4 leaves. Confirmed. Now, as has become habit for us, we will be just crocheting up the pieces today and we will pin it together. And then I will take it away and do all of the sewing on my own time. Ready to reveal next stream. That way you guys don't have to sit through hours of sewing. Which I've been given to understand is everybody's least favourite bit of their projects. I don't mind it. It's a little less mentally intensive than the design part. And you get to see it all come together. Okay, so it's not my finest work, but we're just sort of warming up today. There is our little Gloom portrait. And the shape breakdown is going to be pretty easy here. So we've got like a little flattened ball for a body. We'll stitch on lips, eyes, and the drool. None of those features have to be sort of stitched in. And we will give just 2 little paddles for the feet. Paddles for feet, and sort of 2 little flippers for hands. Then we need like 4 triangles that are narrower at the tip, which we might approach the same way we did Oddish's leaves, where we just do a chain and then sort of work up and down around it. So like this. We'll use different stitches to form the actual shape we need because we don't need the same curve, but maybe something like that for those orange curly leaves. And then we have 4 red balls that we will add the pollen dusting to, but we'll, again, that's a stitched on detail. And finally we do need this little orange piece in the middle as well. So, like, part of me was tempted to create the sort of the 4 red pieces of the hat in like one long snake and then just like wrap it around, but I think it's just going to be easier to make as 4 separate pieces and so on. So it's going to be a lot of pinning for this particular guy. Oh, I'm seeing the name Coconut. That's cute. Right, sorry, just catching up with chat a little bit. Everyone's just having a little chat, which is nice. So we will get started. I'm going to do the body first. I've got to have these 2 guys on hand so that I nail the sizing. That's really important when I'm doing the middle evolution of a line that we've already made the other 2 for, so no pressure here. And I don't have either of their patterns with me at the moment either, so we're just going to try and follow along from scratch as best as we can. Okay, that's just a random strand. Okay, we've got our blue. So it looks like I did Vileplume as like a little square shape. This is the end of Vileplume, that's okay. How many around are you, dude? Maybe we just work you up in a square and we see how we feel, yeah? So if I keep something looking at the camera stays semi-focused. Gotta love how these technical difficulties just sort of present themselves in the middle, not during the testing, in the middle. His name should be Drew. Why Drew? I don't understand Drew. Do I have a lot of pins today? I have the same amount as normal. We have the hardest working tortoise carrying his load of sprinkles. That will hopefully be enough. If it's not, we stop and we sew. That's just how that works. Everybody's trying to make all the Pokemon nobility. We had Lady Pinchington last week and now we got, what, Lady Noddington? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Poison Sprout, it looks like a girl, yeah. I'm going to oscillate the pronouns back and forth until we sort of work out which one fits this particular character. I found that as I make them, they shift back and forth a little bit for me and then they kind of settle into one or the other. So we're just going to let that happen naturally. So I'm just starting with my usual magic ring of 6, and then I'm going to do my 6 increases around to get us up to 12, because I love 12. 12 is great because 12 has so many factors, and what I mean by that is it can be divided evenly by 2, it can be divided by 3, it can be divided by 4, it can be divided by 6. And why that matters is it means that you can really evenly space things at a number of different intervals to get different shapes. 12 is just really good for that. 24 is another good one because it's also got 12. Whereas like when you're working with like a 13, evenly spacing things can get a little bit harder. 13 doesn't, like, you'll always just have a random stitch sticking out somewhere, and that's normally when I would put three stitches into the same stitch to round us out to 15, which again, you can now divide by 3 and now by 5, and yeah, I don't know, sorry, math rant. Hello to Florida, hello to Philadelphia. Yeah, big sister, we pretty much literally just started. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right, cool. Now, I am not being very responsible here. Let's get a stitch marker out. The ones I've been using in previous weeks have wandered off somewhere, but that's why I bought the big pack, because then every week I'll just pull out another one and it'll be fine. So I want to build Gloomy up here with a square base, which means we're at 12. We divide by 4, gives us 3 stitches to work with. So we're going to go single crochet, increase, single crochet. Now I'm thinking I'm going to do three stitch increases, just because it helps grow the square faster and more evenly. But we'll see if we like it, and then we may frog and go back and do it slower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 20 stitches around. Okay. Hi Bobby. What does NE Ohio mean? I assume it's the name of your city in Ohio, right? I don't know what NE is, I'm afraid. Okay, and we start. I didn't put my stitch marker in. I'm going to stop after I finish this increase, and we're going to put our stitch marker in. Because otherwise I'm going to lose my place. That's going to be a problem for me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's that one, and then this is the last stitch in the round. Okay guys, we saved our work. Speaking of which, anybody doing digital work at the moment, save your work. Northeast, okay. Feels like we got a lot of people from the US here today, which is awesome. I think normally I miss a lot of you guys just because of the time slot that I stream in. Okay. Buddy Stiltskin? Is that a name suggestion? Alrighty, that's our second corner. Now, third corner. Fourth. There we go. Okay, no, that's good. I like this. So the reason I like doing it this way when I'm building up squares is when you put 3 stitches into the same stitch, you end up with, then my 3 stitches into the same stitch, that's the rest of the round. You end up with a very clear corner point. That is, there we go. You end up with a very clear corner point in that middle stitch that you can keep growing out evenly. It grows all the sides around, it evenly, and it grows that corner point out in pretty much a straight line, which is great. Whereas when you only do a 2 increase, I'm going to keep shading it from the light so you guys can actually see, you end up having to pick one of the 2 stitches to be your actual corner, which means you're not growing everything evenly, and you always end up with sort of like a warped or spiraling square. So with squares, sometimes it's better to go with increased 3s in your corner instead of, oh sorry, 3 single crochet in the same stitch for your corner instead of an increase. Right, A, you saying you're getting ads a lot? I can turn those down, hold on. We do try to keep them reasonable here. It's just sometimes YouTube is the decider as to what is and isn't reasonable. But we can turn them down a little bit and just see if that makes a difference for you. Hold on. Just got to change my screen here. Oh, I can hear it raining outside and it's so, so lovely. I feel like there's nothing better than rainy weather. There's something really cozy about it. It's just really peaceful most of the time. And yeah, I'm happiest when wrapped up in some chunky knits, and that's where I am at the moment. So hang on, sorry. One more second and we'll get this ads thing sorted and then I'll be back to making Gloom. And then I want to hear what everybody is currently making. So I saw that somebody was making an owlbear, which is great. I love that. That's a sizable project to be embarking upon. But what is everybody else up to? There we go. Let's turn that down. All right. The ads have been turned down a notch. Let me know if they're still harassing you, because that's not the point of this stream. Okay. It rained earlier? Yeah. Well, it's been pouring with rain. Well, it's a long weekend here in WA. I'm in WA. And they normally have like a big festival type of thing, big music thing, but they've had to cancel it because it's not that the storm itself, I think, was particularly aggressive. It's just it dropped so much rain in such a small amount of time. What on earth is going on there? So much rain in such a small amount of time that they thought it was the mud would be a public safety issue. So they cancelled the long weekend festival-y celebration thing, which is, you know, a bit of a bummer for the people who were going to participate in it and were going to go check it out. But on the other hand, a long weekend at home, with Ugg boots on, or fluffy house socks. Fluffy house socks, guys. That's pretty fun. We're knitting lace socks. Oh, see, I'm always so interested in that. I'm wearing fluffy house socks at the moment, but I don't know, it just always kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to get past the mental block of the idea of walking around on something I spent that much time on, but lace sounds pretty and it feels more like an ornament than a functional piece, which is kind of cool. Mini axolotls! Sarah, are you by chance making my mini axolotl that I just released, or are we making somebody else's? Because that's also fine and encouraged and good. Just support the creators. A Frida doll, as in like Frida Kahlo? Or is that the name of a type of doll that I don't really know? Wow, I'm just hitting up all the comments now. Oh wow, cool, you're making Charmander? Oh, I don't have Charmander on my desk at the moment, or I'd get him to wave to his brother. He's over there with Charizard. A posable toothless dragon with open mouth. Wow, okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I am very fond of that opossum video. I'm glad that anybody even saw it, because when I published that video, I whiffed it. I made a big mistake in one of the settings, so it didn't get pushed out to the subscriber feeds. It was there on my channel, and it was like still getting impressions if YouTube saw fit to serve it to people, but it didn't get pushed out to anybody subscribed to me, which is kind of like a problem. But yeah, no, eventually people saw it. What is going on there? Why are you the one that's marked? I have to do a count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 23, 24, 25, and 26. So I have the right number of stitches. It's just everything's gone very strange. So there's my increase 3, and that stitch should be there. Oh well, that's fine. It's why I work also with like landmarks. So my corners are currently acting as landmarks, and I know how many single crochet should exist on either side of the corners, so you can more easily spot where things start going wrong when you're paying attention to details like that. So every so often I just sort of stop and give you guys a little mini lecture on what's going on. Ooh, trying tapestry crochet. I want to try that at some point. I'd love to get some tapestries on the walls in here, just to help with the sound bouncing, but also just because I love that. I don't know if any of you guys have ever played Children of Mortar, but the richness of the visuals there, and it's all just like layered jewel tones and tapestries and that sort of thing. I'd love this room to look a little bit more like that. Currently it's very white, which is why I'm having to like shade this to let you see what's going on. Let's see. So we've got our little square bottom. It's 28 stitches around, which is sizable. I think that's still a little smaller than Oddish was. Did I do those ones in this book? I did! I do have Oddish's pattern here. So it looks like Oddish went up to 24 around. So if our Gloom is currently 28 around, I have missed a corner because it should be 28, not 26. But 28 is a good size. is the end of that sentence. Watch as my brain twitches uncontrollably in all directions and then Pokemon happen. That's what's happening, apparently. Thank you very much, Darcy. I think Reginald turned out great, even if he does look a little bit traumatized. Let's just line him up with the camera so you can see him. Whoop. He's just like not looking like the happiest bean. In fact, none of this line look particularly happy. I'll have to try and replicate that misery with Gloom as well. They all need just a little bit of therapy. That's better. I'd missed the corner, which is why this stitch marker felt like it was in the wrong spot. So now we should be at 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 19, 20, 25, 67, and 28. Cool, we are where we are supposed to be. He does look a little Ditto-esque. I might end up painting his eyes red. It feels aggressive though, because like Oddish has little red eyes. Just like, I understand that not all animals in real life have the same eyes, but it would have really helped me if Pokemon as a franchise had just sort of decided what the eyes of their creatures was going to look like. And then, honestly, it's not nearly so bad as poor Lady Pinchington. No matter how you look at her, her eyes are just never pointing the same way. Okay, now comes the easy bit where we're just going to do a whole bunch of rounds of single crochet to build up the body of our Gloom. And like, it's gonna be 4 or 5 rows. We're gonna be here a while. Whew. So, yeah, okay. So let's chat a little bit then. So I don't think there's gonna be a video this Thursday, just because I am currently working on developing the baby dinosaur pattern, which I was talking about developing from our Crochettosaurus, who is here. He's never far away, always judging, always watching. And that's just sort of a bigger task than just for 1 week, because I'm trying to combine a whole bunch of the back wrinkles into the main body piece and combine the head base and possibly even the tail all into the same sort of potato nugget in the middle as well, just to make it way more like user-friendly. I don't mind sewing on a million tiny bits, but at a certain point, if you have to sew on enough pieces, you can no longer really like guarantee the end result is going to look the way it's supposed to. Whereas like if you have a few pieces that help you position others and like all of your base in one go, knocks out a lot of that guesswork, knocks out a lot of that, yeah, basically just gives you a more reliable result. And so that's really what I'm aiming for with it. So I really kind of want that to be the next video I put out. So yeah, I just might be like working on that through this week instead. But I am toying with the idea of doing another live stream on Thursday, just so that we have that little touch base. Maybe I'll do like a morning stream for me, which is like an evening stream for everyone else, so that more people can catch it. But it probably won't be a Pokemon one. It'll probably be something else if I do end up doing that. But I may also just decide I'm just going to like work normal hours. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to release it. Like, it's going to be a little bit different from Crochet, so I'm going to try and keep a lot of the same like wrinkles. Like he's got a lot of like a loose skin vibe, but I'm definitely going to try and lean more dinosaur and less baked good. Though it was never really like confirmed for me one way or the other. Is it croissant pastry or is it bread? I think it's a laminated dough, so I'm pretty sure that makes it count as a pastry, right? Any bakers? Any bakers in the chat? Oh, we like the name Olive, Droolberry. Every time I glance up, I'm seeing completely different names, and I love that because by this point when we were making any of the others, you guys are kind of like calcified into 1 or 2 different names already, whereas like I'm still getting pictures from coconut through to Droolberry. What time do I normally stream? Now. I normally stream from 1 p.m. my time to about 6, sometimes as late as 7 p.m. my time. Sort of, I've just like learned over the years that that is when I am like peak awake. Well, I mean, 2 a.m. is when I'm peak awake, but that's not a normal or reasonable time to stream or to be working, and it takes hours to calm down after a stream because it's kind of like the closest an introvert gets to like a post-party high is sitting in front of you guys and showing you how to crochet a bunch of this stuff, and then I'm like so hyper afterwards that we got to leave time to wind down afterwards. Laminating makes it pastry. All right, thank you very much, Sanity Creations. We have confirmation that croissants are pastry after weeks of wondering. Oh, sorry, I see that a few other people have confirmed it as well, so thank you to everybody who confirmed. Giblet. That's more of a Gabite name, I would think. Names for a kobold trio. They're hiding in a trench coat. Oh, love that. That's actually something that I would love to make at some point, as just like, you know, I've got like Albert in the background. One of like a big project I want to do is like 3 raccoons or 3 toads or something standing on each other's shoulders, and they're 3 like distinct creatures wearing a trench coat. I would just, it's on my like wish list for things that I would like to make at some point. But you seem to want names for them. What are trio names? We've got like, what, my brain immediately goes to, what is that? They were right there. It was the name of the 3 Stooges anyway. I know one of them's Curly, so you could do that. 3 Stooges could be funny. 3 names. My brain's very helpfully going, salt, pepper, and paprika. I don't think that really fits. Drool Barrymore. I love that this is evolving. We do love our puns. We have to top them every week. I mean, like at the end of every stream, I stop and I write my notes out because I suppose I haven't talked about this in a while. I do intend to turn this all into a video at some point if there's enough footage that's in focus, of just like I made all 151 Gen 1 Pokemon. And so like at the end of each stream, I make it a point to like write a few notes of like little interesting moments that happened so that I can find them again, hopefully. By the way, any of you who wanted to clip little segments of this that they find amusing, that'd be very helpful to me as well. But last week I literally had to write, we named the Oddish Veginald, and no pun will ever top that, but I look forward to trying. So, Drool Barrymore is pretty good too. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Yeah, that's good. Those are 3. What are the names of the 3 blind mice from Shrek? Okay. Dig, Dug, and Doug. You call them Where, and Where. But we already kind of had the werewolves a couple of weeks ago. Grumplestiltskin. See, some of these names are great, but I'm not sure if they're quite Gloom named. But I suppose Gloomy and Grumpy would kind of go. I don't even know how many rows I'm doing, but that's the beauty of a stitch marker. I haven't had to keep count. Such a nice little mental break. Speaking of mental breaks, no, that's not a transition. But we had a bit of an adventure this week, and I'm sure Mr. Bones has been waiting for me to tell this story, where we spent 6 hours in an emergency room because Mr. Bones picked a fight with our freezer, and he won, but he then needed to just go get checked out for a concussion and possible spinal injury. But he's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Basically, he collided with the door of the freezer so hard it ripped it off its hinges. And then we went and spent 6 hours in an emergency room. And I I can no longer argue with him when he says he can take things like a freezer in a fight, because he did. And he won. And there's an official medical report saying man versus freezer to prove it. Life is just the chaos that happens in between the scheduled moments. I like Yakko, Wacko and Dot just abruptly change subjects. Those are the Animaniacs. Oh, hydrate or dihydrate. There we go. Hi, Sigil Sealed. I don't know what audio clip you arrived in the middle of, but if anybody worried, I can, like, Mr. Bones is completely fine. He has recovered. He's strong as ever. Eeny, meeny, miny. Yeah, I agree. I would rather he didn't do that again. Yeah, thank you, Flushed Phoenix. I'll use that as my follow-up argument. Just because you can, it doesn't mean you should. Funnily enough, something I see a lot in my YouTube comments. Now see, I think I've made Gloom chubbier than Vileplume, but I think that's fine. I think we all go through a puppy fat phase. I'm going to narrow this off slightly, I think. So we're still 28 around, but I think I'm just going to like nip it in a little bit at each of the corners. I'll count how many rows I've done first, don't worry. In fact, no, I won't say that. I'm going to actually do it, and then I'll come back to the thought I was having. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rows as I guessed is what we would need. I'm going to put an increase, just a regular decrease, not increase, a regular decrease in each of the corners to take us from 28 stitches down to 24, just to slope us off slightly. But I'm only going to do that one row, and then I might do some more single crochet, because we don't want to like taper him off too much. Where are your corners, friend? Reveal to me your secrets. That's your corner. So 1, 2, 3, and then a decrease. 3 single crochet and then a decrease, and then 28 divided by 4 is 7. Then the decrease accounts for 2 of those stitches, which leaves me 5. So I have to work 3 stitches and then a decrease and then 2 stitches for an even distribution. Math, huzzah! Name the Gloom Susan. Is there a reference there? I've seen like different levels of Susie or Susan come up a couple of times, and I'm not sure that I get the reference, I'm afraid. What type of water bottle do I have? It's a Yeti. I got it for Christmas from my sister. I love it so much. It's a nice metal one. Oh yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, my name's not Thursday. It's Kylie. Hi. It's great. I chuck a couple of ice cubes in there, fill it up with water, and I swear the water stays at the perfect chilled drinking temperature for just hours and hours and hours. So, big fan. Can be really hard to open though. I do have to get Mr. Bones to like unscrew the top for me, because otherwise I swear I feel like the bones of my hand start to separate, but that's a temperature thing. One, two, 3, and then we got another decrease. Gluria. Alright, thank you, Makona Barb. I'm quite fond of it. They're actually little bumblebees. I think they kind of look like moths on camera as well. They are properly embroidered too, like all the way through. Just, it's lovely. I saw it and I was just like, must have. It's a good colour too. I like this colour. I actually really like some of the colours that are coming out this season. I believe my coloration is winter. I don't know if any of you are TikTok scrollers, but you cannot avoid, well, I cannot avoid anyway, the like, what are your colours? What is your season? It's like, I'm a winter. I've known that my whole life. Summer is super hard for me because everybody looks at you weird when you wear like black and dark purple during winter. But I am a winter, and they're finally serving colours to me that I can wear. Oh no, Katie, what's happened? I'm seeing everybody say dislocated shoulder and road. No! That's awful! You had nothing but tornadoes and now a dislocated shoulder. Like, I'm tuning in every week just to get the next chapter and hope you're okay. And then I laughed because I saw the name Julia Roberts drift up the chat. We're having a serious moment, chat. Just... Oh, okay, here we go. Fluent in Fangirl 12. Fun fact about Gloom. The drool isn't spit, it's honey, but it smells so bad that the Pokédex states the smell can cause faintings over a mile away and can even cause memory loss. Oh. These Pokédexes entries are unhinged, but I heard a great theory the other day that kind of helped me like feel okay about even the really outlandish ones. And that is, you have to keep in mind that these Pokédex entries were written by like 10-year-olds. That's the age of your character. That's who's putting the Pokédex together. So when it talks about the Pokemon who could smash a whole planet with a fist or whatever, you know what I mean? Like they get really exaggerating. It's like, that's from the mind of a 10-year-old. Of course it's an exaggeration. Of course this Pokemon isn't stealing wayward children away. It's just a child saw it float past and had a moment of fancy, and that's what's in the official report. So that's kind of, it's just a way of seeing the Pokédex entries as like this ultra enhanced whimsical truth that it really appealed to me anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Cool. We are on track. Everything is looking right. Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, I just frogged a whole stitch. Got distracted, frogged a stitch. Dang. There we are. Let's just put that back where it goes. Didn't even have to move my marker. So we've narrowed it in a little bit. Oh, I've got it on the screen. It's right there. It's like, I need to see a picture of Gloom. Where's Gloom? It's like, so I'm going to do a couple more rows. Maybe no more than two. 2 more rows of this. And then we'll close off the top, and that's going to be our little gloomy body. With Gloom, no safety eyes, even though the other two have safety eyes, because Gloom's eyes are just very clearly shut. They're just shut. They're shut eyes. So let's do, I'm thinking 2 rows of 24 single crochet, and then a regular closing off procedure. So really a Caesar, like a Caesar salad. Pokédex says that Machamp can punch people over the horizon and Alakazam has an IQ of 5,000. So exactly, that's what I mean. It's just like, these are little kids interpreting the world through their lens, and there is a charm to that. Kokono. Ooh, okay, cool. Well, sorry, Worst Wife said, watching your stream while I set up my very long hunt for shiny alpha Frostlass. That sounds cool. I used to be a shiny hunter, like not like it predates Switch because I'm old, but yeah, it's I used to shiny hunt. I think it was in X. It was like one of the first gens where they had like you could battle like encounter like horde battles where there was like 5 of them, and like one of them had a chance to be shiny because like you're doing 5 encounters at once. It's like I had my little bundle of shinies built up. Nothing like what you see these days. Like I watch shiny streams on YouTube all the time, and I don't know if I can do it for a living, but I really enjoy doing it as a hobby. Well, I did way back when. I just want to play Pokemon again, but I'm at a point right now where I find it hard to give myself permission to do things and not turn them into content. So I'm worried that if, like, I want to play, for example, the new Scarlet game, but I'm worried that I'll give in to the urge to just do it on stream, turn it into content instead of it being me playing a game. So it's like fighting that duality of thought, because I enjoy either situation, but decision paralysis as to which it should be has kind of immobilized me a little bit. Maybe someday I can make a Rockruff, or all forms of Lycanroc, or all Vulpix. Well, all of those are technically on the list. It's just we're starting at Gen 1, and if Gen 1 goes really well, we'll move to Gen 2. And in the meantime, we're going to continue our Soul Silver run as well, which will be picking off everything from anywhere between Gen 1 and Gen 4. And eventually we'll reach the later gens. Yeah. So it's 2 rows there. And we have 24 stitches in our round, and so it's pretty standard practice to just close off using 6s. I think we'd have fun playing Pokemon together, you know, us. It's like one of those things of just like, I'm not great at it, but I also just never see not being good at something as a reason not to do it. And hopefully I've conveyed that to all of you and encouraging you to like start designing or start crocheting or start drawing. I was like, just because you're not good at something doesn't mean, first of all, doesn't mean you can't get good at it. And second of all, like, there's absolutely no reason not to do it anyway. Are you having fun? Well, great. Then you're good at it. You're doing it right. 6. I've forgotten my math. It's 4. So we'll do that. And then we'll do... So we've got to get down to 18, and then down to 12, and then down to 6. And I have to remember to stop and stuff as well, because stuffing is important. I had to open a new bag of stuffing this week. Huge! Finished off the last one. It's always so like puffy when you first open the bag. But I've also got a bunch wedged under my keyboard too, so we'll probably... The chaos! The chaos that takes over this room is not to be underestimated. What's also known as Officer Jenny? Everyone's saying Officer Jenny to Mr. Bones, and I've missed something, and I'm jealous that I've missed something. It started to rain really hard. Oh yeah, sorry, I should address the fact that we have been having storms for the last 24 hours and whole suburbs of chunks of the city have been losing power. So I will just say that if we lose power, thank you for watching. I don't think we will. But if we do, I'm very sorry about that. Okay, here we go. And we're going to start closing off. And I'm going to do that just by evenly placing 6 decreases in each round. The whole way around. Just trying to decide if I want to do the limbs next or if I want to do the flower next. Feel free to voice your opinion in the comments. Potentially should have even started with the flower and built the body to fit, but the pressure with having the other two of this particular evolution already done got to me a little bit. And I wanted to make sure that Gloom fits sort of neatly, size-wise, between them. There we go. And there we go. So that's 1 row around, closing us off. Might stick a little more stuffing in after the next round. Do I have a little more yarn, please? Thank you. Mum sweater from Animal Crossing. I've never played Animal Crossing. I always got kind of a Farmville vibe from it, but I also know that it's very popular, so like I'm clearly missing out on something important. Let's see. Been wanting to get a Power 1 sparkling sandwich and just run around in the Indigo Disc Scarlet and find random shinies in each biome and create the shine. See, that could be fun. That's what I need to do. I need to shiny hunt and then crochet the shiny, but then like I'm very aware that I would still be picking what it is that I'm hunting for. And I don't like to do things that are like the illusion of choice. At least with like our Dodge the Diglet game, I'm very open about the fact that I know who's behind each partition. Or most of the time. Sometimes I do it the week in advance and I can't really remember, but I'm usually at least across it. Maybe one day I'll get Mr. Bones to put the 5 Pokemon in their drawers and I won't have a clue what we're making. That'll add some tension to the first 2 minutes of the stream. Aussie here, can I use 4 Seasons Marvel from Bonnie, I'm using 4 Seasons Marvel for all of my patterns. So yes, you should be fine to use the same yarn as I'm using. You may not have known that. It's like, yeah, I get used to like the Americanization of the internet. The whole world feels a little bit like America. But no, my yarn's from Spotlight. And some shinies are terrible. I agree with that. So some of them are great. I like the ones with like the really vivid color changes, and I don't understand why they didn't make all of them really cool. Because the biggest disappointment I have encountered in a really long time was when I was shiny hunting a shiny Gengar. Guys, it's the same color, okay? Like, even the hexadecimal color code, it can't be off by more than like a couple of numbers. It's like, it's just really disappointing. It should have been white. It should have been a white spooky ghost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Instead, nope, it's just a slightly different shade of purple. But that said, I do think that with every time they revisit the games and update all of the models, I do think they've been like tweaking the shinies a little bit here and there so they're a little bit more obvious. That said, what they've done with, I think is it Sinistea, the little teacup? How there's like an authentic one and a fake one? Something. I feel like that's evil. How are you supposed to shiny hunt for just a little emblem on the underside? That's ridiculous. Do Americans know that our Bunnings is basically the same as their Home Depot? I have no idea. Our Bunnings is pretty great though. I like to hang out in the garden section of Bunnings. That said, if you bring something home from Bunnings, do not incorporate it straight into your garden. You have to quarantine that stuff first because they're full of those little mites constantly. I always get an infestation whenever I bring plant or dirt home from Bunnings. That's my personal experience. It's probably fine in other Bunningses. There we are. So there is our little Gloom nugget. It's a nugget of Gloom. And I think, size-wise, I think we're right where we want to be. Okay, let's make some head balls. Right, some head balls. So I've got some red here. It's not quite as brown as I would have liked it to be, but I think it'll work nicely for this evolution. I think it blends nicely with that flower. So I'm literally just going to do some little orbs up. I might go, I think I talked through this process a couple of times now, but when making a circle, you create the flat and then you make like little steps. I know I can explain it better than that. We're going to work up a little flat for the top, and in this case, it's probably going to be just the magic ring of 6. Then you do 3 increases per round until you've sort of worked up the slope to the width you want it to be, and then you work rows of single crochet to build up the height. So in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Does Wigglytuff have a good shiny? Is it blue? I like it when they do like really distinct shiny changes. It is blue! Okay, we're all talking about kettles now, and I have to say, I see it's like a few minds being blown, but you guys don't have electric kettles that you just like plug into the wall? Everything else just feels like so much hard work. Okay, good. All right. Oh, sorry, I've just gotten confirmation that electric kettles are a thing in America. They're just maybe not quite as ubiquitous as they are here. Well, it's to the point where they're so convenient that I'll boil a litre of water in the electric kettle and put it in the saucepan to boil pasta. You know what I mean? You don't just heat the water up on the stove. It's faster just to use the kettle. Chingling is impossible in Scarvi. It only spawns on light rock and the only change is the ribbon turns more orange over red. He's 2 pixels tall. Yeah. That's what I mean. They're just trolling. The Pokemon Company is just trolling. Okay, so I've made a magic ring of 6 and then I've used 3 increases. I think we might need them a little bit bigger, so I'm going to go around again. I'm just going to stop and write this down. It's a big part of the designing process is actually writing down the pattern. That'll get us up to 12, and that's probably the widest point these will be. So here we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, come on, work with me here, and 12. So I think that might end up being our widest point. What do we reckon? I think that's a good size. Each one will comfortably fit one quadrant. The orange leaves will fill out the gaps. And a little orange stem in the middle. I'm losing my voice a little bit today, guys. When I go on break, I might grab a little soother or something, but cool. So now we're up to the widest point. I'm gonna do 2 rows of 12 single crochet, and then we'll just close off the other side, and we might not even have to close it all the way off depending on how we want it to sit against the head. So we'll see how we feel. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, and 24. So that's our 2 rows. A little pointy, but I think with stuffing that'll round out a little bit. It's just a little blob. Yeah, no, and they are very round, so I will close them all the way off, and we'll just sew closed objects to closed objects, which is never the most fun, but it's fine. I did see the question pop up though, have I ever crocheted clothing? I've done it a little bit. So I've got a couple of like jumpers and sweaters and stuff that I sometimes wear in videos, and then like, I think it was like a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, I did the hoodie where I crocheted an item of clothing from a sewing pattern. And I know that that hoodie looked extremely oversized on video, well, at least oversized on video, maybe not extremely oversized, but I will say that when the weather suddenly and very abruptly turned freezing like 4 days ago, that hoodie fits on over the top of a regular jumper. So cozy. I've been wearing it around the house like crazy. It just is so like, it's the perfect size to fit over a jumper I'm already wearing. So it's another layer I can add, and it's just like wearing a giant blanket. So Mr. Bones is offering me my magic square cardigan. Yeah, honey, you can bring it in. Thank you very much. Oh, it's wet. It's wet because it was in the wash, but I also like made my magic square cardigan, which I wear sometimes. Very sorry, honey. Would you mind putting that back on the clothes, Sarah? I didn't realize it was that wet. So yeah, like I've made a couple of things here and there, but in general, they kind of feel very blankety to me in that like I don't get the same satisfaction I get from making tiny complex shapes as I do for them, and so because of that, I don't really feel like I get a good return for my time on them. That's it. Like it. Yeah, because for crochet, the thing that I like the most is the working out how to make different shapes as opposed to the actually making the shapes. So if I have to spend more than like 2 hours on one piece, I start losing my mind a little bit, and it becomes very hard work getting myself to settle down and actually focus on it. But yeah, I've done clothing before. What stitch did I use for the hoodie sleeves? Yep, I've got that question so much I wish I'd talked about in the video. I think I even mentioned it. I used V-stitch. So what that is you double crochet, then you chain one and you double crochet into the same stitch. And for those sleeves, what I did is I alternated rows of V-stitch and just single crochet across. So when you single crochet across, you put one into each double crochet and one across the chain. It just gives you that lovely little like zigzag. It turned out super pretty. I was very, very pleased with it, honestly. But because I was alternating rows, it meant that I could do the shaping on the rows of single crochet and they weren't as obvious. And then I could do the V-stitch rows just as V-stitch across without trying to like decrease or increase, and it kind of hid it. It's like secrets. Should you crochet or play Pokemon while watching the stream? Well, it's very much up to you, but I would like to say that I do count out loud. So if that's going to throw you off while crocheting, Pokemon might be the answer. As someone who primarily double crochets, single crochet is so tough. Plague Victim, is that because... Okay, first of all, just be careful that you're using the right terminology because there's US terms versus UK terms and they call those things different things. But like assuming you know what's up there, is that just because you're used to doing double crochets for like blankets and stuff? And so like you've got the muscle memory locked in, maybe? There we are. And we are going to close the ball the whole way off, I think. I was going to just leave it there, but I don't think that's bulbousy enough. Not to be confused with bulbasauri enough, but bulbousy enough. Decrease and a single crochet. That is down to 9, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It did. Then we're going to go single crochet, decrease to get us down to 6 again. Okay. And we're going to single crochet. Yeah, I see Nikki G's on top of it. I'm going to count. I can't help it. I tried really hard for a couple of streams to not. And I still try to bite my tongue a little bit, and at least I count sort of in musical interludes, so I don't think it's quite as invasive, but I do count. I count, and so if you're trying to keep count, that's just going to make it hard. We have our first little flower ball. Some stuffing poking out. I hate it when it does that. Cool. And that's going to go on top like a fancy hat. Where's the tortoise? Here we go. Just a couple of pins for now. So I need to make 3 more of those. But they're relatively painless pieces. Oh wow, Shiny Absol. Okay, what color is Shiny Absol? I remember that as being like one of the cool ones. Is it gold? Is it yellow? Does Shiny Absol become yellow? The final boss of crochet, someone else starts counting next to you. Yeah. You know what happens in that moment? You start counting louder. They are challenging you for dominance. And there can be only one. 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Orange. Making DIY fluffies free macaw pattern. Failed to notice you use sport yarn. The thing is massive. Yeah, that's going to happen. Particularly with worsted jeepers. Come on, let me just get my hook through the loop. Thank you. Yeah, we're settling back into it now. So let's see, we're just over an hour in and we are making some Gloom accessories. I believe this is the 34th Gen 1 Pokemon we've made. It's like 70 something overall, but 34th Gen 1, which means we are not we're not making good time, but we are getting through them. I don't know if we'll hit all 150 this year, which would have been cool. But next year, we might finish it next year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Good things take time. Regular Gengar used to be magenta, not purple. Oh. I don't remember that. Oh wow, Absol is red? Red/orange. That's so cool. See, I love that. I don't see the point in the ones that only have like a very slight change to them. Like, give me Politoed, right? Politoed goes from like light green to like what? Bright? It's like bright blue and pink, right? That's wicked. Why wouldn't you want that? Crobat's another great example. Love Crobat. Love the Zubat going from blue to green. That's great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Greninja going from blue to black is just chef's kiss. No notes. There we are. And we're going to do 2 rows of 12 single crochet now. 3 and 4 and not counting out loud with words. I'm going to use a stitch marker instead, just so that I don't count out loud, because yeah. Wow, Goodra. Okay, so Goodra's the white slimy fella, right? Pink and yellow would make him look like a marshmallow, and I love that. And I believe Metang, Metagross, what's the name of the little one? I don't know, but like Metagross, I know it turns wicked. Like he's like, what, silver? He turns metallic. It's cool. There's a pink Greninja in Super Smash Brothers? That's awesome. Shiny Jinx. Shiny Jinx is yellow, right? Yeah. Man, you guys are making me want to shiny hunt again. And it's such a time-consuming thing to do, particularly when you only have like one console, not like the 3 setups that some people have. I know that PM7 has been doing those streams where he has like a whole group of people, and they set themselves a 24-hour time limit, and they try and catch a living dex full of shiny Pokemon in 24 hours. And like there's like a dozen of them all going for it. So much fun. I love watching that. It would be cool to be part of something like that, but I'm not set up for it. Or in touch with any of those people. But it'd still be cool to be part of something like that. It's so awesome. I'm not really part of GameTube. I'm very much CraftTube, and that's cool. It's more who I am anyway, but I am a gamer at heart, and it's the content I like to watch, so it'd be cool to be part of it at some point. What are we doing it? Cucumber lime Gatorade, never heard of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, see, so you saw the Hoenn one, right? I managed to catch the end of that one there. It was finishing at like 1 AM my time, and yeah, it was really cool. I really like those streams. And also PM7 just seems like such like a wholesome guy. I can't be the only one noticing that. Love the vibes. So yeah, I like watching that sort of thing. There we go. I could crochet the shinies they are missing. Oh, like fill in the gaps. Yeah, I suppose. Like any that they miss. They always end up being legendaries. Are you feeling fancy free? I don't know if these balls are big enough, but I'm hoping the leaves pat them out a little bit for us. Maybe that's why you're so gloomy. Your hat is too small. Squeezing your little head. You were in chat when Deoxys was found? Yeah, I bet they went nuts. I remember I was there for when they found the pink Celebi, but I don't remember if it was for that particular type of story or if it was for something other, for some other video. And that was crazy. It just reminds me back of, okay, showing my age again. So way back in the day, there used to be this Let's Play Twitch Pokemon, like I think it was Red, where it was Twitch Plays Pokemon, that's what it was. And the chat as a whole was very slowly navigating through Pokemon and having to make all of the decisions and hit all of the buttons. And it was one of those moments in time where magic was created that could not be replicated. It's stuff like our Lord the Helix fossil. Now that's just... Unless you were there, I don't know if you can really get it. So I suppose I should stop talking about it. But that was an incredible moment. And it's like, Ash, it's not time to use that. It's not time to use that now. It's like communities of people are capable of doing incredible things. I feel like we're seeing that a little bit now with Helldivers. It's bringing a lot of people together. Not my sort of game, but it's really cool to watch a bunch of people like unite for a common cause. Displacer Beast is an awesome choice. Yeah, okay, so I want to make a Displacer Beast at some point, but every time I go to look at it, all I see is how many tails, how many limbs, and then I'm just like, that's just a cat with extra headaches. And I do something else instead. 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not to say it will never happen. Praise Helix! Oh, my people! Oh, see, I'm feeling very seen at the moment. Thanks, guys. Just like quiet little moments like that. Yeah. I don't know, I've been thinking about possibly like dual streaming, so like on YouTube and on Twitch, but I don't really understand the whole Twitch thing. I don't really watch on Twitch either, so it makes it hard. Just everything feels like problems. I've told myself that as soon as I get my stream to the point where like I don't have to fiddle with the cameras or the audio every single stream, then I'll branch out and embrace some new headaches. But like even today, it's just like this camera is not quite focusing, which it's frustrating. I just want something I can plug in and it'll work, you know? Venomoth was all terrain, yeah. Yeah, Bird Jesus. I think Bird Jesus was one of them too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright guys, I've gotten word that apparently the link that I have in the description does not work for the Discord. I will update that for everybody in a minute. Like these things happen sometimes. And I've been copying the same description over and over and over for a few weeks now because I got lazy. So I will update that link in a sec. Though the Discord did recently cruise gently past, I think it's 2,000 people. That's incredible. It's like I never saw that coming. Discord was something I never saw coming. It's actually something that started because of a live stream way back in the day when I was initially like testing live streams. So a couple of years ago, I was streaming to like 30 people. And one of the demands, the requests, the very politely stated requests was that you guys would really like a Discord. And I was like, after a little bit, I let myself get like peer pressured, bullied into it because I wasn't on Discord. I didn't have a Discord account, but I did it. I set it up and I'm really glad I did because it's really cool seeing you guys like talk amongst each other, suggesting things that you want to see, showing off things that you've made. A few people who've just like actively started designing their own patterns and advertising themselves through there. And that's really cool as well, just seeing that kind of come up a little bit. And yeah, it's just really nice to see you guys all like making this happy little corner of the internet where everyone's getting along. So oh, sorry, Stacey's all booked. You sometimes feel left out in these Pokemon conversations. Only recently got into gaming because your son loves them. I can't even type match in battles without his help. Yeah, neither. And that's okay. It's just like that, as I said, like just as long as you're having fun doing what you're doing, then you're not doing it wrong. The most recent Pokemon game I've played is probably Pokemon Snap. I find that such a soothing experience. Like it's not heavy on the gameplay, but I really like just like setting up on the TV with my Switch first of all, and just like cranking the volume a little bit and then just cruising through these just beautiful scenes and looking around and taking the photos. And it's like, it's the only first-person shooter I'll play. It's the only first-person shooter where I don't immediately get disorientated and lost. Oh, good morning to the UK. Becky, you haven't missed much. We are working on Gloom. That's as far as we've gotten. We've only been going for sort of just over an hour. I'm making head balls. This is our third. I think I'm closing this one off. I think that's what I'm up to. So we haven't missed much. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, after this, I think I'll do the leaves, the orange leaves. It's weird to me that there's only 4 when I feel strongly and logically there should be 5. Or maybe I'll do the orange little bit that goes in the middle first. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, we're going to do the orange bit that goes in the middle and then we'll do the leaves. It's all the same color anyway. Or maybe that orange bit in the middle was one of the leaves. Yeah, see, Pokemon Snap was awesome. I played the original back in the day, but I never got to play enough of it to feel fully like satiated with it, as was the nature of gaming those days. I didn't really have a console, so it's like I could only play at someone's house. Just like, you never really got your fill of it, you know? When you had to play somebody else's system and not just like hyper-focus in the way you really want to. So, getting to spend my adult money on Pokemon Snap, the second one when it came out. I think they did a really good job with them, honestly. And they feel appropriately magical and the worlds feel full. So, I really appreciate the effort that they've gone through with those. Maybe there's a 5th on the back. There isn't. We checked. I'm looking at a Gloom butt pick, courtesy of Mr. Bones. And there is only 4 leaves. And a single crochet and a decrease, and that is our 3rd ball, but we got to quad ball it, so there we go. Yeah, there's a newish Pokemon game on mobile. Is it like Unite or something? All right, I've made this and I will just update the invite link to the Discord in the description now, so bear with me folks, shouldn't take a second. Here we go. Invite people. Copy. Details. And paste. Yeah, cool. That did change the link. I second guessed myself. All right, folks. Anyone who's trying to access the Discord but the link is broken, if you refresh the stream, the description now has an updated link in it. Go. Such a fancy little hat. And we just need to get a 4th ball going. Yeah, Pokemon Unite, that's what I thought. I got Pokemon Home, and I swear it stole all of my shinies and squirreled them away in the box that you need to pay to get access to. I know that I'm the one who made the mistake, right? I know that there's not a conspiracy here, but it feels that way, because like I've paid for a month twice now to move them somewhere else. And both times I managed to flub it, think I'd fixed it, just to find I still don't have access to the dang things. So it's just gonna have to wait until I get into Scarlet or Violet. I feel like I've talked a lot about Pokemon today. Hydrate, thank you very much. Though I think the air is just a bit drier today, so my voice is just gonna be a little bit scratchier, I think. Oh, Pokemon Sleep is the new one, right? That's like, isn't it like incentivizing like deep, good quality sleep? That just reminds me of when they did I think it was Soul Silver actually, where one of the accessories that came with it or you could buy with it was like a little pedometer. And so like they were incentivizing walking around. It's like Pokemon's doing their bit to try and keep the fans alive. Like, hey guys, please, we beg, leave your house. Go for a walk. Please sleep. Please drink water. Stay healthy. Buy the next generation of games. Yeah, it's like Pokemon Go. I don't think, like I was one of those people who took to the streets. Had the best time for a couple of weeks there, just like, I've never been someone who can just like walk up to someone and just start having a conversation. I don't have it in my makeup at all. Like, but for a couple of weeks there, you could walk through some of like the major parks or up and down the street and you'd immediately recognize other people playing. Like, hey, what team are you on? You're Team Blue? Cool, we're going this way. I got the number of times I got quote unquote kidnapped by groups of people who were also on the same team as me because they wanted to take down a nearby gym. It's like, we didn't get each other's names, it wasn't important. We just took off in that direction as adults, being responsible. Like, but yeah, it was just it's a different time. It was almost like the complete opposite of what happened during the panorama, where now everybody just social distances. I think I still have my Pokewalker somewhere. That's the little pedometer bit that came out, because like, I think I've got it shoved into a box somewhere, because I still have my DS Lite and I still have my 3DS as well. Like, hypothetically, all of that stuff is together. I know that I have my games in the little it's like a Pokeball shape. I've used it in some of the photos for some of my videos. All the little games are in that ball. Good morning, Henriette. Henriette. My apologies if it must be one of the two. The masses of people you'd see in the randomest playing, yeah, people playing Pokemon Go, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I do not endorse the people who blocked streets and made nuisances of themselves, but it was just like, it was a wonderful time to be just like outside. Brick thoughts. I like watching yarn turn into pieces of art at 1 AM. I'm gonna do my best for you. It's like 1 AM is fine. If we get to 3 AM, I'm gonna send you to bed. That's the rules. We hydrate, we save our work, we get up and stretch, and we sleep when it gets to 3 AM. Go. There we are. All right. It's the final head ball. That's all we're singing. That's all you get. Gonna stay on the right side of copyright. Yeah. It's the thing. It's just like, I'm happy to talk about how I'm designing the different pieces, but then I feel like sometimes I have to stop and I have to make 4 of something, and I worry that it's not as interesting as it could be. But I don't know, you guys all seem to be willing to keep me company through those bits, and so that makes me like want to really give the quality for the rest of it. I appreciate y'all, I do. Actually, I believe we cruised past the 200th upload to YouTube recently, which is crazy. Because like my first one would have been August 2020, because this whole thing started because my work sent us all home to work from home, and suddenly I had so many hours in the day, and as a workaholic I could not just take leisure time, and I was not going to work for free for someone else. I'm a millennial, but there's a little too much Gen Z in me for that, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, just Complicated Knots happened, and then apparently we've done 200 pieces of content together. That's incredible. So thank you all very much for watching, because if nobody watched, I can't say I'd still be doing it. I mean, I'd still be doing it, I just probably wouldn't be doing it in front of a camera. Sorry, I just saw Kylie has become our mum. It's like, okay, sure, I can be mum. Clean your room. You'll feel better if you do. This isn't a clean your room, rah! It's a clean your room, you'll feel better, you will. Or if you can't clean your room, clean the space immediately in front of you. Put some yarn away. You'll feel better. The space around us is a reflection of our mental health. If you keep it orderly, you'll feel better. All my college campus had for the longest time was Numal. That's it. Nothing else but freaking Numal. I have a similar issue when I go visit my parents. Literally all that spawns there is Kangaskhan, which is hilarious because they're rural Australia. It's like there's these giant dinosaur kangaroos hopping around and that's it. Okay, We got some balls. We're quad balling it. All right, let's get a little little orange bit for down the middle. I think I'm gonna do it as a tube. Originally I thought I was gonna do like a tiny little ball and put it on top, but I think if I do a tube all the way down, it gives us me something to anchor the other pieces to, and it'll stick out the top the way we want it to. So, can I just say, it's perfectly fine if the space around you is chaotic, if that's what keeps your brain happy. I was just saying, if you're feeling one way and you can reduce the chaos and it might make you feel better, try it and see if it does. This is my orange. This is the color it actually is. This is the color it's going to look like it is, okay? Sorry, I know that this camera, or like this face cam, always shows the colors more accurately. But I swapped the hardware over because I thought this one here, or this one here, was showing the colors more correctly. So I was like, okay, cool, I'll use it as my top down. And I swapped them, and now it's still the other way. It must just be the way the light's hitting things or something. But technology drives me batty, absolutely batty. But this is the orange I'm using. It's this color. This is a very accurate representation of the color. Largest pigeon head, flower hippo, 100-hour owl, marigold, velociraptor. Okay, yeah, okay, sorry, I must have missed a question about the largest project. Giant bumblebee is also in the mix there. Pigeon head is deep complicated knots lore. I think the video has been seen by like 2,000 people and that's it. And that's how I want it to stay. Okay, there's no reason for anyone to go find that video. It was a moment in time and it doesn't need to be brought up. Flower hippo is from somebody else's pattern. It never really featured here on the channel. Albert's pretty big. I think the biggest I've done is the raptor. Hang on. We've got little guy. I think this is in size the biggest. He's my buddy. I've been told he looks a little AI generated, but I assure you he is real. Aren't you? Yeah. I think you're a girl actually. You're Peaches, right? Anyway, we all love us a dinosaur around here. Yeah, sorry, let me just prop him back up on the shelf. Yeah, I think that's probably the largest I've done. I want to go bigger. I always think I want to go bigger, and then I start going bigger and I realize, nope, I want to go smaller. That's just the way it be. One, two, three, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. So I'm just going to do a little tube that's 6 single crochet around to create, I don't even think it's like a stamen. I think it's just like the pollinating nub in the middle of the flower. This might even be too big. We'll see. We'll see. 5 and 6. Oh, okay. I've just been advised that Pigeon Head has almost 5,000 views now. That's great. It's like I don't know what I was on. But it was a thing that was happening at the time. What's funny is that like I wasn't even playing Fall Guys. It was just, I was seeing so many people playing Fall Guys that I kind of liked the meta and the character design of it. But the gameplay just sort of never really got me. Happy birthday, Lammies0602. I hope you have many cake. Yeah, I think that's one more. Cool, 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 cool. I'm going to start using a stitch marker now. We've done a few rows. That's a magic ring of 6 and 6 single crochet times, that's 2 so far. Tell me someone's not asking it. Nope, 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 the pigeon head is not coming out of retirement. Because it's made with acrylic yarn, and if it touches my hair, the static electricity generated will be enough to short the power system. It is still here. I frogged the, at one point I made like a very loose sort of smock type thing. That all got frogged and the yarn got repurposed because I couldn't, in good consciousness, waste that much yarn. But the pigeon head still exists. It has been moved from, it takes up an entire chair, up to the top of a shelf, back to the couch. I'm seeing Mr. Bones move around and it's making me very nervous. But, ooh, Outback Steakhouse. I don't think we have those here. Wait, we have one that's like a steak. Oh my goodness, Mr. Bones is walking around with a damn pigeon head on. He's not coming in here so with it. You're not seeing it, so don't bother asking. Honey, do not bring that pigeon head in here. They will make me put it on and I'm not doing it. It has such dead eyes. Yeah, time does go fast. Very, very fast. Because yeah, sorry, back to my original thought, is that like I started in August 2020 and it's now what, June 2024? So that means I've been at it for like 4 years and the average life cycle for a YouTuber is like what, 5 years? That means hypothetically I have 12 months left before I crack it and leave. So I guess enjoy me while you've got me. I feel like I've got more in me than that, but we'll see, I guess. It's funny, I can see where the time delay comes in. Oh, wow. Brick Thoughts is very deep today. Needles dance, yarns entwine, her heart weaves tales of warmth, each stitch a whispered love song in the symphony of crochet. Okay, so that's our little stamen friend. I don't think a stamen is the right word for it, but it is what it is, the flower bit. 1, 2, 3. I'm a spoil sport, guys. I'm not putting on the pigeon head. 2, 3, 4. Dang it. See, now I've done it to myself. I know if I don't put it on, I'm missing out on a fantastic punchline when it comes to editing. With me going, nope, I'm not doing it, and then just cut to me with it on. We'll see. Maybe near the end of the stream when I'm not so paranoid about messing up my hair, okay? You'll have to stick around and find out. Because, like, I washed it just for you guys, but it's got a weird two-tone thing happening with it right now. Because I dyed it in October last year, and the regrowth is insane. But I don't want to frizz it up. Look, it's all behaving itself for once. That's why I've got it all clipped up and out in the way, but the pigeon head would definitely create a lot of friction and that'll just be the end. Okay, we got our little orange bump. I'm glad I went with the little tube instead of just a little ball, because it's going to give us something to anchor everything to. Now, I believe I said leaves next. Okay. Piston! Thank you! Thank you, Hayden Haystack. Piston is the word I was looking for. So, leaves next. We know we want them about the width of one of these. So let's just mark out the width of one of these. It's the joys of having made certain pieces before others. And we know we want it to stick out. We want a triangle that looks roughly like that, but that's basically that size. And that's how easy and complicated this is. Now I could work this up from the base working out, or I could do the same way I did the leaves on Oddish, where we have that middle stem. You might be able to hear a bird screaming every so often outside. We've got baby birds in the tree outside our balcony window. So I apologize for the occasional squawk. Yeah, so I might do them this way just to maintain some form language, like similar form language between the pairs. I prefer CK, just in terms of this. I have a weird thing about my name. It probably has deep psychological basis, like a basis to it, but I more readily identify with CK than I do with Kylie. I feel very awkward about my name, so thank you for asking, but it also doesn't bother me either way. It's just always very jarring when you're reading through something that you haven't introduced yourself. I've introduced myself now, but like before I'd introduced myself, when my name would pop up in places, I'm just like, yikes, where'd that come from? How'd they find that out? Ah. It's not a big deal anymore because obviously I've introduced myself. We know each other now. We're gonna chain down the middle. A piston. I'm gonna call those buds instead of balls because I feel like that's more respectable. And leaves. So we will chain however many we need to, and then we'll go from there. The face leaves are smaller than the ones at the back. Back leaves are about twice as long. You reckon? No, they all look about the same to me, but okay. We'll see. I'll make one leaf and then we'll just sort of judge accordingly. All right. You guys are going to lose audio for a second, okay? And we're back. Sorry. All right, so I can see, yeah, okay, the leaves at the back of Gloom are a little bit longer.
You're not wearing it. No.
Give me the pigeon head.
No, you're not.
You did this.
No, you're not wearing it.
Please pass me the pigeon.
You can hold the pigeon.
Honey, please pass me the pigeon head. This is the pigeon head. It's huge. It feels like it's huge. It feels like it should fit my whole body. I'm getting a disapproving look from Mr. Bones, but there. Are you happy now? Take it away. I had to do it, guys. I had to do it for the lols. I told you it's big. You're all very, very welcome. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now back to being serious and making this leaf. Yeah, so I saw the fall guy that was like a pigeon and I just fell in love with the head, and so I decided, you know what, I want the head. And so I made the head. And since then I've had a giant pigeon head that I don't know what to do with. It's just in my house. What are you doing in my house? It's very easy to forget how large it was. Even I forgot how large it was until it was like physically in my lap just then. I was like, oh, that's right, it's huge. It feels like it should fit like all of like my head and shoulders in there. But it's double walled, and so like the top, a lot of it is just like stuffing. And it's actually only got like a regular sized balaclava in there. So yeah, I suppose that technically counts as wearable. I should have included it on my list. Melissa, you are very welcome. Please tell your cat I said pss, pss, pss. Just making a leaf. I'm not fussing about too much with the shaping of it. I just gave it a point and I'm trying to give it, I suppose we're all looking for a point in life, aren't we? And then I'm just making it long with a little bit of width. Cool, 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 cool. Let's remember what we did just then, because there was a variety of stitches we didn't write down. Fantastic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I chained 7. Then I think I turned. Then I think I slip stitched. Then I think I single crocheted. Did I half double? I think I half doubled. Let's say I did. Let's just say I did. Then that's 3 decreases, and then we get to the end. And I think I'm going to put 6 decreases to turn. How do I explain this to visitors? What, the pigeon head? You're kidding? You've seen the wall behind me, right? None of them have even asked about the pigeon head. I can honestly say that for something that has been prominently on display in my living room for 4 years now, not a single person has ever questioned it. It's actually wouldn't be bad to take a nap in, because like it's like a giant pillow on all sides. If I was thinking, I would have built it around one of those like travel neck pillows and literally used it next time I go on a plane. George Decay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, there we go. And now I just work up the other side of the leaf. Male or female Gloom? Is there a difference? Is there actual a physical difference? Because I know some of them have physical differences. Because I've just sort of been operating under the assumption of like, we'll work out what it feels like to us, but if there is an actual physical difference, I've not been paying attention, and so we'll find out. Which gets me in trouble sometimes. But I'll have to do a little Google search in a minute and work out if there's any, what is it, dimorphism? Yeah, and we'll slip stitch to finish. I filled my lungs with dust from the dang pigeon. But it is what it is. The image on stream is a male Gloom. Okay, we're doing a male Gloom. It's a boy. What's the difference? What's the female Gloom have? Oh, just above chat is the difference. A female displays a single large spot on each petal, while a male will have many smaller spots. Gloom's eyes are wide and often appear closed, and its lips are thin and purple. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So we actually haven't necessarily locked ourselves into male or female. Okay, the image I'm looking at from Mr. Bones is a female Gloom. So I'm kind of working from an image of both, even though you guys can only see the sprite that I've got on camera. So it could still be either, depending on what you guys want to name, because I won't be doing that embroidery today. So we can still go with, what was it? Gloom Barrymore or something like that. Drool Barrymore. Or, you know, any of the other names that have been suggested along the way. Here we go. Slide that little leaf on in. And we got ourselves a leaf. Now it's a party. They'll be tucked slightly further in or out. I think I'll make all the leaves the same size and just tuck them further in or out at the front or the back, just to simplify the process, because there's no reason to overcomplicate things, even if it is in my name. And finish off. A spider chicken. It had 2,000 clicks in 2 days. Wow, that's cool. Spider chicken. Cat's name is Gamora. Turned out to be a boy. Yeah, these things happen. Lady Gloomington. A lot of nobility names getting suggested, because we've got Lady Pinchington. I suppose Lady Pinchington and Lady Gloomington could be friends. Why do I keep starting with a magic ring? Come on, hands. Autopilot is not doing us any favors right now. We need Slipknot. Thank you. You will fight for that name. Ruby. Yep, Ruby is definitely on the list. I remember that one from last time. Just like if / when we get to Wigglytuff. No, Clefable. It's Clefable. Clefable has to be called Mellijune. We voted. It's already been named. It just hasn't been made yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And we turn and we work down those chains again. Crochet and a half double and a couple of decreases. I like doing leaves this way. I don't remember when I started doing leaves this way, but I feel like it gets you a much nicer look than so that one came out really short and stumpy. I don't think I chained enough to start with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that was 7. Should be 8 to start with, because I've not been accounting for the turning chain. Let this be a lesson to us all. Okay, Night Makona Barb, thanks for hanging out. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to assume that nobody's having the same stream lag issue that we were having last week, but part of that is because I remembered to plug our internet cable in this week. Yeah, I was the problem last week. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. But that's good. It's good to know that that was the problem and it has not been replicated. Ooh, huge snake right now. Is it based on a pattern or are you writing it as you go? Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad that you liked the small axolotl pattern. I thought it was kind of a weird left turn because like I've been very much doing the Will It Crochet series recently and then intersplicing it with these like Pokemon design streams. And then I was just like, you know what? Tiny axolotl. I actually have them still here on my desk. I've got Goofus, who has the wide mouth. And then I've got, I didn't actually end up naming the other one. The one that has the mouth that we ended up making. Oh, overexposed much? My poor dears. I will work on the lighting next week. But yeah, they're keeping me company at the moment, the little Alaxies. It's like I sat down and I spent like 4 or 5 hours working on a lizard before I realized I was literally just designing the leopard gecko lizard that I already have on the channel. I was like, well, dang. I was like, you know what? Axolotl this week. And so that pattern got written in like 2 hours. It just fell out of my hook. That yarn was already an axolotl. It was just waiting for me to work it out. And yeah. And we got it up on the channel. It was great. Hi Renee. Well, I am also in Australia. Hello to other Australians. Goofus and Doofus. Yeah, that works. Oh, Goofus and Gallant from Highlights magazine. I don't know if I'm familiar with Highlights. So, crocheting a bulk. Oh, a cow. Lovely. I like that from patterns and from scratch, just like pattern hacking it together. Because like, I'm sorry, with all of the patterns out there, there is absolutely no reason that you can't like find the shapes that you're looking for and customize them into your own thing. Don't get me wrong, there are ethics related to selling that pattern then, but absolutely fine for making your own things. Should I try the Tim Tam brownie cake they have at Outback? If it tastes half as good as that sounds, then yes, there is not a question there. Hi, honey.
Drooly bits made of wood glue.
Oh, they're so repulsive.
Yeah, they're lovely.
They won't be relevant today.
Oh, for the drool out of the corner of the mouth?
Yeah, they won't be relevant today because I'll be sewing it together later. But Mr. Bones has created some drool for us.
Wood glue and...
Gonna focus for us?
Cake. Fluff powder.
Oh, baking soda and wood glue. Or fluff powder, as he calls it. So yeah, we've got some plasticky drooly bits that may or may not end up part of the finished thing. But good to have options. Yeah. Yeah, and I was wondering how people would feel about the fact that I was doing another axolotl. But I've done like 3 frogs. I've done a handful of frogs at this point. So I figured I might be able to get away with doing another axolotl. Okay, I feel like this leaf took a really long time to do, but they're not complicated pieces. So the next 2 should whip up really, really fast. And I estimate, okay, we're about to finish off our 2nd hour, but I feel like half an hour, give or take. Damn it, I left a really small tail then. We should be doing another vote pretty soon, I think. To pick who we're making next. Just get some theme songs happening on the channel. And I wouldn't have to like make them up all the time. Yeah, so like the crochet will hold some fun positions. It's a kids magazine. Okay. Goofus and Gallant illustrate the right and wrong ways to do things. Gallant does it the right way and Goofus does it the wrong way. I think Goofus might... Okay, so first of all, not familiar with the actual characters, but can I just say that the idea that there's a wrong way to do things irks me a little bit. Because like, I get told I do things wrong sometimes. I'm just like, I'm experimenting, I'm learning, I'm exploring. I don't just want to... Not everything is about following instructions. Some things are definitely about following instructions, don't get me wrong here. But like, particularly when crafting, unless what you're doing is actually dangerous, dude, let people just experiment. Let people get it wrong. Like I've been putting off whipping out the beads again just because I already know I have no intention of looking up tutorials. I have no intention of seeing how other people have done things. Because I want to work it out. That's the fun. And I'm not sure the internet is ready for that. The internet's not ready for people having fun. Yeah, loving the no-sew love. Yeah, it's just, I also thought that one of the main perks of this particular axolotl is that, like, you don't make the legs and attach them in the round, because, like, don't get me wrong, that's a powerful move for no-sew patterns. But sometimes it's nice just to be able to, like, start at one end, and by the time you reach the other end, you've got a finished thing. You don't have to make a bunch of pieces and keep track of them and then, like, work out how to attach them as we go. So, like, the minis that I do over Christmas, or I've done over Christmas for the last 2 years, I think have kind of really, like, helped me, like, exercise those muscles up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, odd audio. My Patreon's a bit of a bargain at this point. I don't really spruik it because I'm not trying to, like, we're not shaking our tin, you know what I mean? But, like, yeah, if you join the Patreon, you have access to all of them. They're not, like, month locked or anything like that. There's, like, what, 163, 200? There's hundreds of patterns. I'm just gonna say there's hundreds of patterns on there now. Please peruse and download as many as you would like. And I do think the Pokemon are all in a collection as well. That should make them slightly easier to find just the Pokemon if that's what you're looking for. Oh, Jenny Lee, I would love to see that. Are you kidding me? She made a Sprinkles dragon out of, what was it, velvet yarn? Big yarn, guys. I need to get me more big yarn. I always get really excited when I either see or I just hear about people making my patterns with big yarn. I was like, guys, big yarn. It's not something I play with very much. It's cool. Okay, one more leaf to go. Have I made the Duolingo owl? Nope. Didn't even know that was on the list. Don't do what Donnie Don't does. Yeah. We are okay. Yeah, okay. As I said, I'm like, there are some things that you do. There are wrong ways to do some things. Like you said, playing in the street, doing drugs, stealing stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. Don't do what Donnie Don't does. Mine was referring more to creative stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, generic living your life type stuff. Go, and let's see how fast we can get this leaf done so we can move on, because I'm very curious to see what we're doing next. What's the next? Oh, when is the next KMI vote? That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like we only recently did one. Didn't we? What did we vote on last time? I suppose if I can't remember, that's pretty telling. I know that the otter... Was the otter KMI? Yeah, I think the otter was KMI. And, like, that was only, like, a couple of weeks ago. More and more in those KMI votes, I end up getting asked to do things that are, like, pre-existing characters. I'm not a big fan of that. So it's hard to kind of navigate around it. So I say I'm not a fan of that while I'm actively making Pokemon. So... yeah, it's just like there's some IP issues and that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't mind an odd KMI vote. It's just I've kind of wandered away from it in recent years. If I start seeing a lot of requests for certain animals or creatures, I throw a vote up like I did recently. Now, having said all that, is there something in particular you are looking for in a KMI vote? Because, like, I still take a lot of suggestions, particularly from Discord. Like that big owlbear. That happened because somebody posted a picture in like just a bear they'd found in game. And I saw it, and then like next week we had one. So like I am open to being inspired for sure. It's just kind of wandered away from the vote format a little bit. Just because there's always people getting disappointed if I put it to a vote. Finally managed to get the pin trick to work. Yay! Yeah, there's the pin trick. It's a good one. I can't believe how many years it took me to work it out. And then even after I'd worked it out, it took me another little while to work out that I was doing anything differently, because I just sort of started doing it the way things stayed together, and it didn't occur to me I was doing it differently than I normally do. Okay, our Gloom has a fancy hat. Please ignore the directionality of the leaves. We will fix that, or I'll fix that as I go to assemble, but they can be like up or down or around and around. They got some attitude, they have some flair. So I think the lips are just going to be stitched on, so we just need two little flippery arms, I think. The puppy you posted on Facebook? I don't recall a puppy, I'm afraid. And I definitely haven't posted on Facebook in a while. I literally only have a Facebook just so that nobody else tries to pretend to be me on Facebook. That's the only reason I have a Facebook. The pins started bending. Some of mine are bent as well. Some of mine are blunt. I just need more pins, but yeah. I use them bent. Oh, you've got a tattoo of Gloom. That's cool. Good morning, Lisa. We're completing, well, for now anyway. I know that there's still Blossom. Is it Blossom? Yeah. We are completing our Oddish to Vileplume family line today. Just making ourselves a little Gloom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, D&D things. See, I want to go back and do D&D things. It kind of got a little bit like, I've kind of avoided telling some stories. But some of you may or may not have noticed that I don't, or haven't to this, up till now, taken any kind of sponsors on the channel, right? This is kind of related to that. I had an opportunity to work on a project that was related to D&D things, and after some discussion, I realized that it wasn't a good option for me, but it kind of like, it would have been a cool thing to do, would have been a cool thing to be a part of, and the people who do work on it are probably gonna do a great job. But it involved creating some D&D patterns, and I don't know, it kind of like tilted my brain in the opposite direction. I haven't kept count of what I'm making here at all. And it kind of like, while I had plans to do some D&D patterns, I kind of feel like I have to wait a respectable amount of time before I can now, having turned down that particular situation. But yeah, there was also another situation recently where I was offered a fantastic desk and I really wanted it, but I just decided that I don't really want to sell you guys things. It doesn't feel good. So I might get over that at some point, in which case we'll start taking some sponsors. But in the meantime, it's still just kind of like I'm entertaining all offers, but they're all just kind of nah right now. Oh, cool, we've got a long name list coming together. I like Noddington. That's cute. Ever make a project, get 85% of the way through, and then just want to frog it all? Cause same. Okay, before you do that, you're allowed to, first of all. You're absolutely allowed to. It's your project, you made it, you can do what you like with it. However, can I suggest you put it away? Pick it up 24 hours later. If you still want to frog it. But like, sometimes we just need a nap and a snack. And sometimes we maybe just don't want to undo all of our work. Just a suggestion. So, what is it? There's a whole thing about it. It's just like, if you feel like you hate everybody, have a snack. If you feel like everybody hates you, have a nap. If you feel like everything sucks, go for a walk or something like that. It's like some combination of those things. It's just like, they're real. They're like, if I have to play mum, I'll do it. So yeah, nap and a snack before we make any major decisions. 3, well, I think it's 4 rows. I think I've done 4 rows for these little feet. Eat a Snickers, yeah. I mean, maybe not. I'm allergic to peanuts, but yeah, same vibe. You're not you when you're hungry. Mr. Bones here with the real advice. Before you frog it, name it and look it in the eyes. That said, that only really works for things with faces. Gloom does have a very Karen-esque hairstyle, I will say. Where's the end of my blue? It's here. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, you just pop it down for a little bit, take a little break, work on something else. Pick it back up and be just so grateful that you don't have to start again. Gloomington. 4, 5, 6. So these are just little tubes of 6 single crochet. It's funny, Gloom has been made up of an odd, strange number of tubes, an unpredictable number of tubes, but I suppose Gloom lends itself to what I always, at least used to say, I don't know if I've said it recently, where like all crochet is just made up of a series of balls and tubes. And Gloom is like really backing me up on that today. Try that with the pigeon head. Does it have a name? The pigeon head does not have a name, but I've also never tried to frog it. Like the pigeon head is a historic landmark, for lack of a better designation. Pigeon head is safe. I will never frog the pigeon head, but I also it just sort of sits in the corner and watches and waits. It's not allowed to stay in the room where we're sleeping. But yeah. It doesn't need a name. It is beyond names. It occupies a place outside of space and time. Oh, you missed the parrots from last week? On audio, I will absolutely show them again when I'm finished Gloom. No worries whatsoever. She's actually on screen at the moment. She's like right there, but I will give you a better look. I once again have completely lost count, so I'm just going to go until it's roughly the same size as the other one. You wanted to frog Chunk the baby dragon? No! You can't frog the baby dragon. Its name is Pigeonhead. Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. I don't even remember how it even came up. Oh, it's because I was talking about when I got started. What's really funny is that the first time I did a pattern video on this channel, it was just meant to be like a once-off type of thing. Like I was trying to focus more on designy stuff because that's more what I was interested in making. But then like Halloween rocked up for like my third or fourth video, and I was like, okay, fine. I'll do a limited series for Halloween, and we'll see how people like it. And so that's all she wrote. The pumpkin spider was first, and then there was Platycornicus. It's the little candy corn platypus. This guy was excuse you, sir. He was part of the original designs, but was made later as a separate thing. What else was made during that series? Skullicorn. Skullicorn was made from there. And, oh yeah, there was a little owl and a witch's hat as well. We've had some fun. You know, we've got little feet. Now, 2 little arms. Now, they can't be the same width. I think they need to be narrower. We'll do magic ring of 5. We'll do 5 single crochet, and then we'll decrease once to bring us down to 4, which is a pain, but it's going to give us a look. I reckon it's going to work real nicely for us. Let's just keep this moving forward. All right, I think that's what we want it to look like. You make the same shapes often enough, you can start sort of doing it a little bit mentally, which I understand isn't necessarily the most helpful piece of advice, but it's just practice. It's just like, yeah, do something often enough and experience will guide you part of the way. And you get to that point just by making things constantly and looking at them and seeing if they're coming out the shape you want. Angelina Drooly. Well, the Oddish pattern was posted to Patreon yesterday. It was posted up with Paris and Electrode, who is really just a ball, but he's a ball we did try to add some interesting features to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool, that's what I'm looking for. Alright, next vote will probably be in about 10 minutes for anybody needing a little break and afraid to miss anything. But what we'll do is we'll chuck the vote up and then I'll take a little 5-minute break. So everybody will have a chance to look at the options and decide what they want to do. And we're going to decrease. And I hate working 4 in a round. It's not as bad as 3, but it's not great either. I remember my reckless days of doing rounds of 3. Never again. It's unrealistic on myself, and it's unrealistic on anyone I'm expecting to follow the pattern too. Six, 7, and 8. I think that's enough of a little arm. Yeah, he's just a little slumpy boy. A little slumpy boy. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, apparently we're feeling Christmassy. Every time, like, as soon as it starts getting, like, gloomy outside, like, overcast and dark during the day, I start feeling Christmassy, but I think a big part of that is I just want lots of fairy lights everywhere. Because I find something absolutely magical about fairy lights. I love them so very, very much, and this weather kind of makes me want to put fairy lights up, and the only time you're allowed fairy lights, well, at least it felt that way growing up, was Christmas time. So I think I just have I don't even think I crave Christmas. I think I crave fairy lights. I should put up more fairy lights in my house. That's the way to be happy. It's just you identify some weird, silly little thing that just like lights up your inner child with crazy glee, and you let them have it. You're driving past a McDonald's, and that little kid wants an ice cream, you get that kid an ice cream. Oh, hi Mickey. Well, 1-year-old birthday parties are important too. That's fine. We understand. We are just finishing off Gloom, and we'll be doing another vote in just a minute. Yeah, Lisa, I feel like you get it. It's the kindred spirit nature of it. It's just like, yeah, fairy lights are just good. They are what music would look like if music could look like things. Benefit of being an adult, you can fairy light your whole house. Yeah, I intend to. We used to have some out on our balcony, but the Australian summer kind of cooked them. They were solar lights and they were really cool, but I intend to get them hung back up again at some point, and I've got like 2 packets of them in our bedroom that I kind of intended to like hang behind some like sheer curtains or something, but I haven't got round to it. And like fairy lights. Lots of them. I have like so many fairy lights in this house. I just haven't done anything with them yet, and it's coming. Mr. Bones is hearing about this probably for the first time right now. It's like, I have plans. Yeah, I should totally put fairy lights up in this room as well. That'd make me happy. Maybe like a net of them across the ceiling, like stars. I do spend a little bit of time in this room, but I spend a lot of time in all of the rooms in this house, so. No one room is greater than the others. So that is the final piece we had to make for our Gloom, because yeah, as I mentioned, I think I'm going to just stitch the lips on. We may or may not use Mr. Bones' helpfully constructed drool, but it's nice to have it as an option and we appreciate it. I'll pin it on today so we can get a feel for if we like it or not. My problem with it is that I think it might be slightly too realistic. But we'll just... Give me a tort. Right, everybody, give it up for the hardest working tortoise in all the land. He's doing a great job for us today. We are stealing all of his pins. And he's such a good boy. He got a break last week because of the no-sew pattern. And then, let's see, I like this little strandy bit. It's a bit long, but I'll just pin it to the face for now. Okay, there are all of I'm gonna take that off. Okay. There are all of our Gloom pieces. So that is where we're gonna leave Gloom today. Then of course it's my job to sew it together and show him off next week. So we need to name him. We need to name the Gloom. What was the, thank you, yep, whoop for the pin turtle. What was the final roundup of names? I know Mr. Bones is keeping track. There's gonna be a 30-second delay while he gets those sent through to me, and then I will create a little poll with our favorites. So, starting a poll. Name. He is feeling boy to me, I will say. So, being that, unless we particularly like a girl name, I'm gonna lean boy, but we'll see what comes up. Oh, chat's popping through real fast over there. Let's see, Lord or Lady Gloomington. Please forgive my typing. The keyboard is far away. What else we got? I can hear Mr. Bones frantically like tapping away out there, or like, so I'm just gonna like chill while the names come through. Also fairy lights. I love the crochet that people do around them and insert the little lights into little bellflowers. Yeah, I agree. I've got some little fairy lights set up on, I don't know if you guys saw this one, but I did like a 100-piece challenge with Skein Spider where we had to make 100 pieces into something, and I made a giant snail with like the terrarium on its back, like a bagworm, and it's got fairy lights threaded throughout. So I'm a little hesitant just because of like the heat and electricity angle. Like I would never crochet around a charging cable just because heat, safety, electricity, fire, death. But, oh, Mr. Bones has come through. Coconut, Noddington, Buddy Stiltskin, Doom Blossom, Gloomsday, Drool Barrymore, Ruby. Ruby has to be on the list because Ruby is from last time and I've promised. George Decay, Slumberry, Coconut. All right. Let's go with Gloomsday. And I love Drool Barrymore. That's so funny to me. All right, cool. We've got our 4. Have your say. Oh, that's cool. I like that you guys like that piece. That video took a lot of work, and it was a lot of work from Lee, Skein Spider, as well. She was really the driving influence behind that, keeping us organized and on track. So yeah, it's good. I'm glad that you guys liked it. Juliet. Yep, like the names are great, guys. But we've picked our 4. We're gonna pick one of those. So Drool Barrymore had a strong start out the gate, but she's losing ground straight away. But oh no, we're building back up again. I probably won't leave this vote open for too long, so have your say, and I will turn it off shortly while I just pack some of this yarn away. We're ready for our next one. It's like I've learned that if I let my space get too crowded, I start getting a little overwhelmed. But this is who we're naming, and this is their little life cycle. Oh, and while I wait for that vote to come through, this is the oddish from last time. I promised that I would show them again, so this is the oddish from last week. Which is not quite in focus, but I think this is fine. We had our little Paris, who is such a nuggety little lady. She's genuinely wonderful. So, you want to focus on her so we can get a close-up. You don't want to help at all. Hydrate while I'm at it. I will do, thank you. And Electrode, who has a sculpted in mouth, but I kind of just had to do my best regarding the embroidery. This little black strand that's sticking out between the white there is bugging me. There we go. Maybe that's finally killed it. There we go. Aha! See? Ha! I will hydrate a little bit and then we'll stop this vote. So. Ooh, pretty. That sounds really nice, Darcy. If you use some cardboard painted black with lots of holes poked in it, get fairy lights and put through the holes and attach to the ceiling, it'll look like a starry night sky. That's lovely. Yeah, cool. So we just stopped that vote. Drool Barrymore had a commanding lead with 47% of the votes, and I do feel like that can still be boy or girl, drool. Gloomsday was second at 22%, Lord or Lady Gloomington was 16%, and Ruby was at just 13% of the votes. So thank you to everyone who voted, but it is officially Drool, Barrymore, Stink Blossom, and Veginald. So that's great. All right, let's go back to our choices screen. Ow, I stabbed myself on the tortoise. It's fine though. Alrighty, here are our options. So we have 1, 3, 4, and 5 left. That means it's time for another vote. And basically we did name Voltorb and Electrode Lisa. They are Watson and Ohms. It's like Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Yeah, so I'm going to start this vote and then I'm going to go to my little break video, which will run for about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll make whatever you voted for. So the vote is start poll. Do yes. Oh, didn't type. Okay. Our options are 1, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, everybody, dodge that Diglet. And we all cheer on little Lechonk as he rises. Let me just hopefully you guys have audio back again. I think I did that correctly. Sorry guys, I don't like eating on stream in front of you, but I do have like a throat lolly in and I might have to for the rest of this, so please forgive me for having something in my mouth. But anywho, it will prolong the life of the stream. So let's close off this poll. Alright, cool, I got a thumb from Mr. Bones so you guys can hear me just fine. And it looks like you guys fell for my trap, haha! No, I'm just joking. Number 5. I saw your theories about Diglet's nose in there. Number 5 won with 42% of the vote, closely followed by number 4 with 25%, number 3 with 19%, and number 1 at 11%. So, my favourite theory so far is that it's Diglet's nose, but let's have a little look-see, shall we? Oh, for anybody enjoying the music during that break as well, it is from a game called Heartbound, and the music is just a bop, and the developer lets us use the music for free, and for basically you buy the music and then all of that money goes to the composer as well, and I like that. So that's why I use that music. Also, it's just a little bit of fun. Now, hopefully nobody is disappointed. I can't imagine why you would be. Look at our little nugget boy. Hello, friend. I'm erasing very carefully, not to like prolong suspense, but just because I don't want to reveal what any of the other I do not want to reveal what any of the other numbers are. But there's our boy. So we are making Slowpoke now. Nope, not Jiggly, not Wiggly, not Lickitung. We are doing Slowpoke. So let's swap back to the other screen. Of course I like pirate software. Who doesn't like pirate software? Plus 12 hours in a stream is just the perfect amount of noise. Here we go. Let's change our sprite out for our little Slowpoke friend. There we go. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Come on, buddy. He's happy to see us. I don't think I'm going to do an open mouth. Just I'm going to warn you about that now. But the rest of him is real cute. Slowpoke. Now, I'm sorry guys, you've picked this one, but we actually already named him a couple of weeks ago. We named him Slowpoke. So you have to live with the choices we've made. I made a note about it. So I know that we named him Slowpoke. He's our little pork roast. But let's get some sketching done. We need an official portrait. I think there's still room on this, but I might move it over a little bit. And squeeze an official portrait in here. There we go. So we'll do a closed mouth today, I think. Unless inspiration strikes as I'm doing piece breakdown. We need to get a nice big vacant stare that perfectly embodies the trauma we're putting all of these Pokemon through. And he's just a happy guy. He's happy to be here.
I'm sorry, it's the only picture they had.
I'm so sorry guys, I have to show you this. Hold on one second. Just, Mr. Bones has a real sense of humor when it comes to sending me the alternate angles of these Pokemon, and this is what I just got sent. Ready? Just bear with me a sec. This is the easiest screen to show it on. That. It's just Slowpoke butt. Slowpoke from behind. That is what I was given. And it made me laugh. So there we go. Now you've all seen it too. Anyway, back to what we were doing. Definitely going to do this little lying down pose because so cute. Oh my goodness. And he needs never fear that anyone's going to take his tail, because we don't stand for that around here. go. And then we need a nice long tail. There we go. Because he has to catch himself a shelter. Now, I always thought Slowpoke had a different coloured tip, and he does in my other alternate pictures here, which the tail is sticking straight out for, which is so funny. But you can't really see it on the little sprite on the screen properly. Yeah. But we will give him a little pale tip on the end of the thing. The little nose. We're going to have to make him appropriately traumatized because that's how we do things. Yeah. There we go. I will replace this pen before next stream so that I'm actually working with a marker with some juice left in it. Because this is just not cutting it. Oh, I might have to replace it now. It's dead. Thank you for your service. It's gone. I think I have another one here. Well, I hope I have another one here. I've already thrown the other one away. I do. There we go. Oh, the juice. The juice, it flows. So the real question with these eyes is, do we do safety eyes and go for like full-on trauma face? Or do we do stitched on pupils like we did with shoulder? So we do have decisions to make here. So, excuse me. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. I already know with these feet, I'm going to make them all in pink and then just stitch on a white toenail the way I did with Clefairy, who I don't have on my desk at the moment to show you, but I basically just stitched a toenail on. I think the shoulder eyes, it's more of a derp vibe. Yep, I can agree with that. Yeah, exactly. Goodbye, non-juicy pen. To be fair, that pen had, like, we worked him to the bone. He's been retired now. Stitch it, trauma face, like Lady Pincherton. We can try both. We'll pop eyes in and see if we like it a little closer too. Okay, I've just been sent some close-ups of the ears, but that's okay. We've got the ears under control a little bit, I think. Yeah, okay. When we get closer to, we'll present both sets of eyes and you guys can decide then. That's fine. But the portrait will forever have trauma face. It's just the way it is. Mr. Bones, if you should happen to hear this, if there's a picture of him with his mouth closed, that would be highly useful to me because I'm not really sure how to draw the line at the moment. I know how I would do it, but I want it to best represent Mr. Porkington. So, in terms of this shape, we're going to do like a head-body combo. With a little pillow at the front and a big pillow at the back. Like the mullet of bodies. So, like that. And we'll do a big swoopy tail. With a white tip because we're purists. And Slowpoke tails are supposed to have a different coloured tip. He needs little curly ears, but they're only curly at the front. They're not curly at the back. So that could just be we might work them from the back to the front. No, we'll work them from the front to the back and use back loops to add that detailing. I thought initially I was going to do it as like a tube that we rolled up like we did with a bunch of the Clefairy details. But I'm thinking more and more that we're just going to work that as a round piece where we add loop detailing to one side and then it's just closed off on the back, so that should work just fine. Can we give him a top hat? Well, I mean, I have one floating around here somewhere, I just don't know where it is. We can think about giving him a top hat. Eyes just need to be white circles, and we'll decide later how we want to do the pupil. And what else am I missing here? Legs. I think we can do the front and legs the same way. Like both, like all four the same. And I think they're just like these little chipolatas, little sausages. They're almost little triangles that we'll stitch a little white toenail on for each of them. So that's our piece breakdown there. Okay, cool. Thank you, honey. Oh my goodness, that is not okay. What are you doing? Mr. Bones is determined to derail this stream. I'm sorry, I'm sharing some more pictures. These are the references I've been given to work with. Viewer caution is advised. Edit and paste and brace yourselves. What is this? I was like looking at this like, oh yeah, cool, that's fine, that's normal. And then this, what is that?
I face the internet so that you don't have to.
Aw. I think Mr. Bones needs a comfy blanket for someone to tell him it's going to be okay. That is horrifying though. It's some sort of like hippo. Anyway, back to focusing, because we will get this done. His tail needs to fit in Shelder's mouth. That always really bothered me about the Slowbro design, in that, like, I'll do my best, first of all, regarding that note. I get where you're coming from there, but it really bothered me that the Shelder on Slowbro doesn't look anything like the Shelder. I feel like someone dropped the ball there. Sorry. Hold on, I have to pick him up. You were just determined to escape, aren't you? There we go. There we go. Okay, so we've got Shelder here for scale. So, in terms of starting, I guess we'll... Oh, I didn't actually do the muzzle. So the muzzle is kind of just an oval, I think, that will attach to the front. I don't like the faces I've been presented with, but we'll try and make him cute. This is not cute. He looks like he's seen some stuff. I don't know how to make him cuter. How about we... Okay, that helps. I fixed him. He's still seen some stuff, but now he's medicated. Alright, we're going to start with the body. I think we're going to start in the middle of the face, and we're just going to work our way back along this. So once we reach a certain width, we will no longer put increases at the bottom. We'll load all of our increases at the top to build the rest of this shape. So, Slowpoke. And we're going to start with battery 6. Then we're going to increase. And then we're going to increase again. Oh. We haven't picked colours yet. Guys, I didn't pick colours. So I've decided that I'm going to go with this rosy pink instead of candy pink, because I feel like this is a more Slowpoke colour. I feel like it's a better representation. Just, it looks pretty much the same on both cameras for once. Like, that doesn't happen often. And I think we also need some white, which I just have here, but that's details only, so less of a big deal. And I've got cream here as well. Very overexposed cream here as well. Where is that light coming from that's making that happen? In any case, that's cream. It's cream colour, okay? And that'll be for the face. So, start in our pink. Where's the end of you? There's the end of you. You'll be the end of me. Yeah, Slowpoke found the Pokenip. Exactly. He's just a chill guy. He's having a lovely time. Oh, Mr. Bones, are you gonna be okay? This colour, I believe, is Antique Rose. I realised when I was replacing my colours the other day that I've learned a lot of their names. It's like one of those, like, what's your useless skill or useless bit of knowledge that has, like, no real-world application. But, yeah, I think I've memorised all the colour names. I'm a little bit shaky on my blues and greens, but other than that, let's build you up a face so that you can face the world. You're gonna do great. We all believe in you. You gotta build them up emotionally as well. Not just yarn-wise. Hi, Nat! You came in right in the middle of the stream too, so there should be plenty of stream left for you. Oh, that's cool. Stardew Valley cardigan. Happy to help. What's happening? What's happening? We made Vileplume. We made Vileplume. We made Gloom today. So far. Not sewn together yet, but that completes our oddish line. So that's always exciting for me. I like completing lines. It's funny because like I like completing lines, but I also don't want to make, like for example, I don't want to make Golduck. So it's a fine line we're walking. But we managed to dodge the Diglet twice already today. The real question will be, can we dodge him again? Because we're probably going to get another vote as well. We're only at like 342. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So that means we've done one too many. There we go. And we're going to increase around again. For sure. Almost tempted to just give him puff stitch ears and just really phone this one in, but we won't. We don't phone them in. What sets this series apart is the fact that we're doing our very best on each one. Not that other people aren't doing the best on theirs. I just mean that I'm trying really hard to get those details to line up. Yeah, I really like the Four Seasons color assortment. It's honestly, I started getting it because it was the most convenient yarn for me, but also they did expand their color range. They do a pretty good job of having the colors I need. So yeah, I'm lucky that I can find yarn that's close enough to me, cheap enough that it doesn't set off my Scrooge McDuck urges to just be stingy as hell, and has a good color assortment. So yeah, I've been sticking with the Four Seasons Marvel for a couple of years now. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Now, does that feel like a Slowpoke face to us? Let's see. Yeah, it does. Okay, so now I need to designate a top, which I'm very inclined to put there, but instead I'm going to try and go against my instincts and put it on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. So it's 2 stitches back, and we're going to draw a little circle diagram for me. 2, and then we have 9 stitches across there and 7 stitches across here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want to put 3 increases across the top just to give it a slight curve into the rest of the face. I got to get that. I'm sorry, that horrible hippo looking thing is still staring into my soul. Oh. Cool, now I can focus. I'm trying to put 3 increases evenly spaced across the top section, just because if you look at our little thing here, we want to just curve the top in and out. So I want to curve the top slightly more up. We might even do 2 rows of that, of just like 3 increases and then 3 increases. And then maybe 1 row of single crochet and just judge if we wanted any thicker than that. Then we will narrow back down and then balloon back out for the booty. Booty, booty, booty. Now, I do think that Slowpoke is potentially more square than how I'm representing him, but I'm kind of okay with that. If I want a round boy, I'll make a round boy. So we're going to go 8 single crochet and increase, 2 single crochet, and we're going to repeat that 1, 2, 3 times. Okay, sorry, Mr. Bones is just making me laugh. I will not let him distract us from this stream. We will get Slowpoke done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Cool. And we're going to use a stitch marker, and it's just started to rain again, which is really lovely. I'm going to say it every time. We did. We made Gloom. Sandslash is Nugget Pile, but Sandslash also is very detailed just because each of those little spines on the back I'm going to feel obliged to do something about it. So he is one that I've put him in a bucket of like he needs a bigger time allotment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because like I've mostly, with the exception of Charizard, who surprised me by how easy he was, I've sorted the Pokemon into how long I think each of them will take, and I've been mostly fishing from any that'll take like 1 to 4 hours. And then occasionally I'll introduce one that I think will take a little longer, and often they don't, but it's good to be prepared. Just because I feel like these streams are a little bit more satisfying for me and for you guys as well when you get to have multiple votes and see a few different ones get made, rather than just like some of them like you'd see most of one. Like you potentially wouldn't even see the whole thing on some of them. I think I flubbed that. I did. That's meant to be an increase. Then 1, 2, and 3. Okay. I actually think that might be big enough for the head, so we won't do another round of increasing that. We'll just stay at our 21 single crochet. Thinking 2 to 3 rows, but we're just going to feel it as we go. There we are. And around and around and around and around we go. Thanks very much, Nat. I've got a new Bumblebee sweater and I really like it, but if you like my outfit now, you should have seen me with the pigeon head. Scroll back in the stream, it's in there somewhere. I put it on, we were a pigeon. Bring vacuum bags for easy travel, that makes sense. Yeah, I've kind of thought that I would like to place orders and just see how they are for like hobby, or there's like a few like, you know, well-known yarn kind of places that are just not based here in Australia or really that accessible. But then I also just can't see myself comfortably waiting the 6 weeks shipping just takes from everywhere to get to here when I need yarn. So it's the trade-off. It's like I'd really love to try some of those dark side eyes at some point, but I just sort of, the shipping, man, is so expensive. There's fancy hooks that I've wanted over the years. The shipping costs more than the hooks do. It's like I'd happily spend $100 on like a hook made by an artist who's done a beautiful, wonderful handcrafted job on it. But I'm not then spending $100 on shipping. I'd rather spend $200 on the artist. So yeah, it's hard. It's the trade-off though. I live in the most isolated capital city in the world, officially, and that has perks to it. It's got a definite upside, it's got definite pros, but Night Rougie, thanks for hanging out. But it's got its downsides, like our postal service. There was recently a demonstration in Barcelona against birds. They think birds are not real and that they are in fact drones that spy on us. I have no idea if you're trolling or not. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Right, night, Stacey's all booked. Thanks for hanging out. I understand that we sort of change shifts at a certain point between the US and Europe, and Australia's normally here for the full thing. That's because it's a perfectly reasonable time of day for us to be awake. But we're also pretty used to hanging out upside down. And also there's some conjecture about whether or not we really exist, or whether or not we're just like paid actors on an island off the coast of Hawaii. Whatever you want to believe is fine. real. Okay, what on earth? Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up later. That's ridiculous. That's a bit much even for me. Okay, that's 2 rows of single crochet. Sorry, stopped and had a moment of silent communication. I think I'm going to do a 3rd row. His head is empty, but in order to be empty, it needs to be wide. No thoughts. Does not know ABCs. Knows nothing. Just knows small and be napping. Some people were there just for the shenanigans. Yeah, I can see that. Alrighty. So our little Slowpoke is developing. If I'd been thinking a little bit more clearly, I would have started in our cream and just done it as a colour change mouth, but instead we're now going to have to sew it on. We've committed. And we're not frogging now, so... Go. Oh, Mickey, I personally like the idea that we're just Britain's offshore prison. Because, like, I mean, we were at one point. But, yeah. Anyway, I love conspiracy theories. I think they're fun. They're fun up to a certain point, anyway. What do we think? Bigger head? Or do we start narrowing down? Because we're going to narrow down 1 row. I'm just squinting so I can get a proper perspective on it. And then nugget out. I think that's big enough. I think that's a big enough head. I'm really worried about Metapod doing the Metapod thing. He's watching me from over there, and I just know that he's trying to curse this project. He's like, yes, make Slowpoke giant. You know you want to. We don't want to. We don't. Best bro, happy bro, slow down and chill out, bro. Yeah. Okay, and okay, we're gonna, now where I put those increases before, paying attention to my own stream, where I put those increases before, I'm now gonna decrease just to like nip the head in a little bit, give him like a slight neck. He's got a lot of neck. I think he's pretty much a tube boy, but he does have some definition between the 2 pieces, and I am going to endeavor to create some of that. So we will work single crochet, and then we'll do 3 repeats of a decrease and 2 single crochet, literally just copying the increase row, but changing increase to decrease. Because we've worked 3 rows of single crochet in between, we might have to adjust that slightly, but that's literally only going to affect 1 stitch on either side, sorry, at either end of the row, so that 8 single crochet might become 7, that sort of thing. Ready? 1, 2. I love him, bro. Oh, that's funny. And 8. And now we're going to decrease. Single crochet, and decrease. Single crochet, and decrease. Crochet, single crochet, and single crochet. And then we stop and we look and we see if we like the shape. So yeah, I think, yeah, Himbro is definitely more of a Slowbro name. This guy is Slowpoke, so there'll be Slowpoke and Himbro. Okay, good, good. All right, and we want him to have a bigger, fatter body, but it's all still tubed. Fatter but tubed. I don't want to flare straight out straight away because then we'll just lose that little bit of definition, I think. So that'll make him too long. I've got options. Why, he is flirting with you. Just wiggle that eyebrow. Oh, hang on, and... Okay, it doesn't look much like one. A flower in his teeth. You started it, okay? I just finished it. That's true. What is the pre-evolved form of a himbo? I'm sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with the shaping, which sounds so ridiculous when you look at how simple this shape is, but I got my reasons. Let's stuff the head and maybe that'll help me out a little bit. Him brat. Could be a slow him or a him poke. It's a him poke before a him bro. Okay, and I might just start stitching and see if the stitches know where to fall. Sometimes I do that, okay? Sometimes the stitches know how to do the thing I'm trying to do better than my brain does. So we're just gonna see if we can't get some automatic shaping happening. And that'll chill me out a little bit because I think I need to take a little bit of whatever's chilling him out so much. 1, 2. Seven, 8. Alrighty, here we go. Here goes nothing. I'll put some increases. It's 3. And 4. Which is not at all what I wrote down, but okay. As I said, sometimes the hands are super smart. Sometimes the hands know more than the brain does. So we started with 8 single crochet and then we did 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Single crochet increase. Okay, cool. Single crochet increase. And then we finished off with 2 single crochet. So that got us back up to 22. It's like that meme of the couple that's like one's high energy, the other's extremely low energy. That works, yeah, I guess. Wait, what are we shipping? Psyduck has chronic anxiety, there is no chilling him out. Maybe. It's kind of like the black cat girlfriend needs her golden retriever boyfriend. What name did we give to Psyduck anyway? He's Ducky Boy. Not the most inspired name. It kind of predates the whole system we've got going now where we suggest names and then we vote. So he became Ducky Boy because that's just what we were calling him. Well, if Slowpoke and Psyduck had a baby, it would either be, what, Psypoke or Slowduck. Let's face it though, guys, it would be Slowduck. Yeah. So crochet again. And we're just going to continue riffing the same way we have been doing. So somehow I ended up adding 4 increases, but it felt right. So sometimes I don't get to know why things work. Sometimes we just do them. It's the first time this has happened on stream. well, let's put it down to like years of experience kicking in and just sensing what to do. But it feels right in this moment to have put 4 increases where I put them. And now we're going to do 4 increases again. Trust that gut. We've spent a long time building it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Slow duck. Ooh. He's not getting anything done because he's slow duck. Ooh. Good morning, Coletti Spaghetti. Duckbert. Okay, yeah. We can name him Duckbert. I'm happy to rename the Psyduck just because, like, as I said, most of the time their names are locked in, right? But with Psyduck, I feel like, yeah, I just don't think Ducky Boy, I think it became like a default name. It was at the end of the stream. I don't think we gave it the real weight of consideration it potentially deserved. Do it. Draw Slowduck. Gift Slowduck to the world. Okay. All right. I think that's as chunky as his back is going to get. So that should be the hard stuff done. Sorry, Todd. I just flung him across the desk. A poor little guy. You just sit there where you're safe. This is not proceeding in an orderly fashion. It is not making its way towards the exit. Okay, cool. We're just going to do like, what? Probably like 7 to 10 rows of, what is it, 26 single crochet around? That's a lot. That's a lot of stitches. That's so many stitches. This is why I can't do blankets or clothing most of the time, because I look at that and I'm just like, I don't wanna do 7 to 10 rows of 26 single crochet. That sounds physically painful to me. Slowpoke is not the first of the day. We have already done, I'll put him on screen, sorry, he's fallen off. Oh, hang on, where can you live? I don't want to cover Slowpoke up. There we are. We've done all of the Gloom bits. We named Gloom, what was it, Drool Barrymore? And now we're doing Slowpoke. Because once again, you guys have successfully managed to dodge the Diglet. Yeah. Well, we'll see if you get so lucky a third time. Okay, so the Pokemon egg breeding thing is already kind of messed up just because it allows for Whale Lord and the little kitty. Is it Skitty? Skitty loves Whale Lord. To have eggs. And there's just something very troubling about that whole scenario. Duckbert and Albert are going to be good friends. Maybe. That's true, Pokemon Fusions exists. It's a really cool project, that whole thing. I like looking at them, but I've never felt inclined to make any of those abominations. I thought I would for a second. I had a poll going at one point, or at least a community post asking for the most disturbed ones and the most cool ones. I was going to do like a trick or treat video type of thing, but yeah, I didn't end up doing it just because it's a little too niche on niche on niche, I think. That said, I don't mind doing the odd animal fusions. In fact, I haven't showed you guys these yet. I got some very pretty books the other day, and I've been thinking about these books because I first saw them like 2 years ago, and I didn't get them then, and then they disappeared from shops. But I found them the other day. And there's technically 4. There's also Universe and Underwater, but those 2 weren't available. These 2 were, though. They are... Look how pretty. That's foil. So pretty. And like inside, dinosaurs. Yeah. And like more dinosaurs. So pretty hard covers. So stunning. And so that's dinosaurs. And I also got animals. Parrotfish. Wow. And so I thought they could be fun to like open both books on random page, or like open one of the books on random page, and that's we have to mash that up into a dragon. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like hijinks, mischief, fun, and also pretty. I love me some pretty books. My inner child wanted them, so I said she could have them. Because I'm allowed to do that now. Right, so pretty. For anyone wondering, I got those ones from Big W. They were 25 Australian dollars each, but that's not speaking to any kind of other availability or anything else. I think they are DK. Yeah, they're DK. Is the brand thingy. The same people who did all like the book club books. Scholastic. So pretty, right? I love them just because they're pretty, and then they actually just have really nice, like, I haven't verified the quality of the information, but the illustrations inside are really pretty as well. And I like with the dinosaurs that they show the bones as well as like artist renderings, and they've also got like an evolutionary type tree thing at the back. It goes through time periods and stuff, so I think they're interesting as well. So love that. If I ever see the ocean one again, I'll be snapping that up too. The universe one is a little bit less applicable, but the completionist in me wants the full set, so we'll see. All right, night, Katie. Thanks for hanging out. Who have you missed? Liana, you have missed Gloom so far, and we are just making Slowpoke now. I'm glad to know that parrotfish is tasty. Is it tasty? This reminds me of Boxy. Okay, I think that's... All right, we're on row 4 now, so we're making our way through it. We got distracted by books in the meantime, but we're making our way through it. Good morning. Good morning to everybody just joining. So for anybody wondering, we are on our second Pokemon of the day. We are 3 hours in, which isn't too bad. Not a bad spot to be in. Yeah, we're just working on our Slowpoke. And around and around and around we go. We've got some Gloom drool hanging out over there. Let's try and keep that all together. Drool Barrymore, now I get it, yeah. Shelder is from a previous video. Yeah, sorry, I kind of rotate the Pokemon I have in the background in and out depending on what they are, because we've got, well, technically we've got nearly 100 overall, but we've got 30 to 40 Gen 1s made now, so they can't all really fit on the screen all the time. So the Shelder was brought in because it was pointed out that Slowpoke's tail needs to fit inside its mouth for evolutionary purposes. So, Shelder got moved to the forefront of the upfront. Just joined the server with your casual account. Okay, cool. We shouldn't pretend to be God even if with imaginary life forms. Okay. Fair enough. This pink. Okay, this pink I actually have a story about. I don't know if it's a fun story, but I do have a story about it. When I did my initial order that I talk about sometimes, which is how I furnished these boxes behind me in the first place with their double layer of yarn, got them on a massive sale, right? So it was buy one, get one and 40% off. So it was the savings were good. We liked that a lot. But in the order, they randomly sent me like a dozen of these, and I'm still working my way through it. And it managed to hit the funniest corner of my brain, where you'd think because I had so much of it, I would just use it as like my default, you know, draft yarn or whatever. But because I had, it kind of went past the point of me having a lot of it, / enough of it, and instead pushed into that's enough for a larger project. I should hoard it and not use it until I need it for a project that needs a lot of yarn. And so it became a yarn that I wouldn't use for anything because I had a lot of it, and it was the only color I had a lot of. So try and work that one out. It's just like, if I have not enough of a yarn, I don't use it. If I have just the right amount of yarn, I'll use it as my draft yarn, as in like the yarn that I use and then frog and then use and refrog, or use it as like the first draft of things. But apparently it pushes out the other side as well, where if I end up with too much of a yarn, I think, oh, that's enough for a big project, I better not use it. Good morning to the UK. I hope it is a fine and sunny day for you over there. Coletti Spaghetti CK is fine. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So that's 6 rows of our little nugget. And I think the time has come to close him off at the back. He's got to be a pudgy little fellow, but I think that's good. I think that's good. If I feel like he's coming out too short, I'll actually put him in a standing position because it's an illusion. It'll give him extra inches of height and nuggetiness, which is something I'm keeping in the back pocket if we should require it. Now, do I want to just close this off aggressively, or do I want to do it slopey? I think we want to be aggressive. I think aggression's the answer. Aggression's not normally the answer, but it might be this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Times 6, and then we're going to close off, and we're going to do this. So 8 single crochet. I believe we're 26 around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Cool. So we have 26 in our round, and I want all of our decreases to fall across this top bit. I could get us down to a 20. I might do that. If I can do 2 decreases to get us down to 24, or I can do 8 decreases to get us down to 18. So like the goal is to get us back to a base 6 so we can close off in a nice, even, orderly fashion. There is a side profile shot in Booty Pics. Okay. Sorry, my mouse cord got stuck around my keyboard. Okay, I see. Yeah, I think I'm doing okay. I'm so sorry. If violence did not solve your problem, you obviously did not use enough. Okay. Everybody steer clear of Darcy Rose. So I think I'm going to go with 2 decreases, and that'll get us back to a base 6, which is what I was trying to explain. All right, that's the top. And I'm going to go decrease there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a decrease there with 3 stitches at the end. That's 3, decrease, 5, decrease. I'm just building this row backwards because sometimes that's easier when the shaping you want to do is closer to the end of your row than at the start. That is very blurry. I don't know what it's actually focused on, but I think it's focusing on Paris. Aha! It was focusing on Paris. Too many eyes, not enough time, huh? Sorry, Paris, you are now banned from the background. And I might give this some eyes just so that it can focus, but maybe not. Maybe I'll just turn all the eyes around so it doesn't get distracted again. We solved it. How do I keep track of my stitches without a stitch marker? I could never. A combination of counting and like I look for landmarks. I am using a stitch marker at the moment because I was just doing rows. But if I do an increase, I can count things either side of the increase and know where I am in the row. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 8. So that's not meant to be an 8. So that's, what am I doing? I'm counting to 26. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 14 stitches before we go. Cool. Right, we have recalibrated the brain. We've moved our stitch marker because I'm very distractible at the moment. I can feel it happening. And around we go. So I'm putting 2 decreases into this row, which will get us from 26 down to 24, and then we can just close off a little bit. And I'm tempted to just build the tail as one piece, but it depends on how fancy I'm feeling, because that's just a matter of loading increases on one side, and I know you guys love to watch me do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not quite yet. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. And we're going to decrease. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, sorry, correction. We're not avoiding Darcy Rose. Mitch was the one that said it, not her, and he's currently making grilled cheese and Vegemite. Grilled cheese and Vegemite is delicious. Vegemite and cheese is just a superior combination. I've been trying to convince Mr. Bones to try it. Get him.
I'll understand in 30 seconds.
He's watching on a time delay, so he's just like, I'll understand that joke in 30 seconds. You had a look for what Vegemite was, and you say you're so confused. It was yeast. It's yeast, yeah. It's yeast spread. It's like you ever cook a steak? It's the brown stuff.
No.
There we go. Any crystal can protect you from negative energy if you throw it hard enough. That's like the theory that any brick, you know how stones can make some Pokemon evolve? Well, a brick can evolve any Pokemon into a ghost type. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love you guys so much. Right, we're closing off normally. We're normal people and we're closing off the back of our Slowpoke. Single crochet, decrease, single crochet, hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Well, anything's going to sound bad if you describe it that way. You just eat yeast. Like, what do you think bread is made out of? Also, Vegemite's a great source of vitamin B. Do you know how many people are vitamin B deficient? A lot of us, okay? A lot of us are. Vegemite's great. All right, closing off our Slowpoke butt. And so depending on where the opening lands, we might continue into the tail, but I kind of want to start at the tip of the tail to make sure that it has a nice white pointy tip. It's just an easier way to construct it, really. CK, no, what did I do? Ooh, Sophie's Universe. I've started that. I got about halfway through it, I think, and it was already huge, but then I ran out of yarn and I put it away. The end. I was just doing it with, just like, I think they were like carnival cakes or something. They were definitely worsted weight though. They were big, but they were like coffee and mocha colors. It was very pretty. But I love the stitches. I love how that whole thing's constructed. Okay, no, Marmite is not the same. Marmite tastes like soap. I will die on this hill. Every so often we find a hill I will die on. Marmite is not the same as Vegemite. Not even a little bit. The only thing they have in common is that they're both like blackish pastes. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the moderation action happening in the chat. You're doing great, honey.
Thank you.
And we're going to decrease down again. I'm kind of tempted to just like shift my decreases around a little bit here, but I think we're better served by just doing it evenly and like the boring way, you know, the normal way. Just evenly spacing our decreases like a normal person. Which is never the most fun way to approach things, but after that we might get to go a little crazy with the tail. But no, I've already decided we have to do the tail as a separate piece. We'll get a better shape on it. We will. I know this. I know this to be true. I just need to keep reminding myself of it because my instinct is to make it all as one piece and I shouldn't. It's like, welcome to both sides of the conversation, starring me. the yeasty kind. I just love, okay, so I can't like read chat properly, but every so often I'll glance up and I'll just catch like fragments, the odd word. It's like, not like you guys are talking like drowning each other out or anything. It's just, no, we're not finishing off. Stop that. Thank you. Hands decided they were done. Queen Kemi. Americans are vaguely aware of the concepts of Marmite and Vegemite and are equally disturbed by both of them. Source me, an American. Well, I'm sorry. The Americans that I've seen, in all fairness here, the Americans that I've seen trying Vegemite have done it wrong. And I don't think it helps that as Australians, we can't help but encourage you to do it wrong because it's funny. Because we know it tastes awful if you have a spoonful of it. None of us do that. You're meant to put a very thin smear, a scraping is the appropriate serve of Vegemite, on hot buttered toast, all right? Then you put a slice of cheese over the top. And if you're feeling really fancy, you can stick that under a broiler or stick it in a microwave or something and melt that cheese just a little bit. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff right there. If you're feeling real fancy, if you've got a jaffle maker, Vegemite on the inside, cheese on the inside, jaffle that. Jaffle it up. I miss bread. I haven't spoken about this, but basically I discovered a wheat allergy about 3-4 months ago, and I miss bread. Because I loved a piece of Vegemite toast. Vegemite toast is great. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now my whole life is beans. Yeah, Nutella's fun too. I'm not handing a baby a lemon. I genuinely love Vegemite. There is a reason it's in every Australian house, and it's not because we're messing with you. The people who are messing with you are the people who are telling you to try it like you would peanut butter or jelly, which we don't have over here. We have jam, but it's a different type of thing. It's the level of fruit. Oh, okay, sorry. There's preserves, there's jam, and there's jelly. And each one, there's actually like a technical reason why each are called each, and it's to do with the fruit content. There's also marmalades, but they have to be citrus-based. So preserves are preserved fruit. Jam has a certain percentage of fruit required, and jelly is made just with fruit juice. And my understanding is that in America, it's way more common for you guys to have jelly, which you would just eat from a spoon, but you wouldn't necessarily eat the others from a spoon. Vegemite's the same kind of thing. It's the seasoning. You wouldn't really eat it on a spoon. What? No. It's like having a big old spoonful of mustard. Surely no one's doing that. Or like wasabi. No one's doing that. Oh, sorry. Jaffle is a toasted sandwich, like a grilled cheese, but it's like it cooks it so the crusts seal around, so it's like a pocket. So I was okay, so Sith Assassin, let me catch you up. I was talking casually about Vegemite, right? And about how Americans have been tasting it wrong, at least to the people I've seen try it. And they were doing it wrong. And so I explained how you're supposed to do it. And somebody in the comment section said that it was like I was handing a lemon to a baby and laughing, because like if you do that, first of all, don't do that, mean. But second of all, babies pull strange faces when you give them nasty tasting things, I think is the joke. So that's what you walked into. It's like I'm defending myself a little bit against the allegation. 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry. Okay, Raven Wolf, your wife, who loves eating spoonfuls of wasabi, must have the cleanest sinuses in all the land. Okay. I want a squeaker. I want so many squeakers sometimes, and this guy is crying out for like a ee. Okay, and we're going to finishing off. So 6, and we're nearly done. We've got one more row on this body piece. You guys have distracted me, but that's okay. So decrease, decrease. He's a nugget boy, and he's so very proud. He's going to wave his tail like a flag, all up and down. Will I ever use a cacnea as a pincushion? Potentially. Honestly, all crochet is, it's all potential pincushions to me. I've kind of niched down into the hardest working tortoise just because I've accidentally branded him the hardest working tortoise. And now I would feel bad if I fired him for any reason. He's doing a great job. before that, it was actually a Voltorb, which I don't have in here at the moment. That was a pincushion. He was like a bigger version of this. I'm not having any safety eyes on camera at the moment because because it's making my camera focus on them and not me. So let's roll the tentacle over and suddenly you can see what I'm doing. The joys of autofocus. There we go. Wait, what happened to the microwave? Our microwave exploded the other day. We can't heat anything up currently. And the main question that everybody wants to know is, did you fork the microwave? Just be very careful with the bits of microwave because there's some parts in there that can actually do you serious damage just by being near them when they're exposed. So we're just being careful with the broken microwave, okay? There's our little nugget. We gotta make some nugget bits. So probably tail next, I'm thinking. Come down here. We want the tail to hit there and there. We want it to curve up to here. I think we talked about toast so much Mr. Bones is making some. I'm sorry, I look at this face and I just want to name him Eduardo. He is a lover, not a fighter. Let's do a mouthpiece. I know I just drew the tail, but I'm feeling drawn towards a mouthpiece. And I don't know how fancy I'm feeling. I know we start with a magic ring of 6, but then we're just going to feel our way forward. Because I could just do it as like a straight oval, give it a little width and sew it on. Or if I do give myself enough room, I could like do a little dent in the middle and give him a sculpted mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Want to show him how it's done?
Mr. Bones is offering to show you a piece of toast. See this? This is how you have toast. I'm gonna have this. I know I shouldn't, but I'll. It's the good stuff, right?
I'm sorry. Not for you now, but for you later.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. I've missed bread so much. Oh my goodness. That was so good. I need a second. Last time I looked at garlic bread, I cried a little, so I just need a moment now. Oh, that was good. That was so good. See, like we're not faking. That was so. I would have just devoured both of those back in the day. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. And also, it tastes really good with orange juice. So if you're finding it too bitter, try having. It makes orange juice taste super sweet. Yeah, see, Vegemite on toast. You got to do it. Do the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have fun at D&D, Coletti Spaghetti. Thanks for hanging out. There we go. So I'm building an oval by loading my increases into just 2 main spots on either side of my circle. Because it doesn't form a line, it forms an oval. And there we go. I don't know why the yellow submarine is featuring so prominently today. Hopefully it's subtle enough that no one really picks up on it. But it's there. It's present. Okay, Nikki G, I feel you there a little bit. You say you're not allowed in the kitchen. I'm not bad in the kitchen, right? I have a couple of things that I can do. I'm good. Mr. Bones does most of our cooking for a number of reasons. It's a time thing, it's a skill thing, it's a talent thing. We eat better when he's cooking in general, with the exception of a few things. Last night I was left to my own devices and all I had to do was cook the rice. 3 attempts later, I ate crunchy rice and I was just living with it. I've made the rice before. I've never struggled so hard in my entire life to do something that simple. I even got my rice cooker out and still managed to just end up with crunchy rice. So it's just some days we just need somebody to look after us, you know? Can I get or make bread that doesn't have wheat, like use almond flour or gluten-free? I could try gluten-free flour. In fact, I've swapped mainly to oat flour in a lot of my baking. I just haven't tried it with bread yet. I've made a quick bread that's kind of like a scone, which isn't too bad. Just one thing I've learned, again, like this has obviously been a sensitivity that has existed probably my whole life. I've only just really discovered it recently. One thing I've learned is that you can still find and eat all kinds of really good, delicious things. It's just you can no longer have convenient foods because you can't like buy pre-made things anymore. They don't exist in good, delicious forms. You have to make them yourself. So I have to put a lot of time aside for like meal prep and that sort of thing. And one thing I've found, which I actually absolutely hate, is that like you're looking for like a standard wrap, right? You'd think that would be an easy thing to find just in general, like, you know, like white flour wrap, but like not with flour. But even things like that are labeled like rice flour wraps or oat wraps or those sorts of things, they often have like 30 to 50% wheat flour included for some reason. And it drives me crazy right now because it's not a gluten thing. It's specifically wheat. And so like the gluten stuff goes too far. The gluten-free stuff goes too far. It tastes terrible most of the time. It's like it doesn't need to go that far or that hard. It just needs to not be wheat. There is alternatives. Why aren't they out there? So yeah. Welcome to my TED Talk. Oat flour is great. Mr. Bones actually grinds it up for me in a coffee grinder so that we don't have to pay the premium of having it made or buying it made. Do you have a best starting Pokemon for crocheting? My starter Pokemon patterns are probably pretty hard, honestly. Probably Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil's really cute. He's pretty easy to crochet. Mr. Bones, are you teasing me? I missed it entirely, and so now I feel like I'm the butt of the joke. That's okay. He let me have a bite of his toast, which I shouldn't have had, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Single crochet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That gets us up to 10. And then did I do it again? I have not done it again yet, but I intend to do it again. Sorry, I'm in the business of making Slowpoke mouths. That's what we're doing right now.
I wasn't teasing you.
Okay, thank you, honey. I didn't think you were. You wouldn't do something like that. That's fine. That's like... See, now what you have to understand is that, like, some people think that they love bread, right? They don't. I love bread. I love it. Like, to the point where I get pizza, I eat it crust first. That's how much I love bread. That's how much I love pizza crust. So, it's like... I told myself I was just like, that this was not a topic for discussion, but here I am discussing it, so I guess we're here. But, like, yeah, it's just... I have a bread maker that I haven't used recently, but I need to get some alternate flours and try some things, and that's fine. That's all we can do. We just have to bake more. And we're feeling our way forward. We're making it work. Fluffy Trumper, I probably could eat gluten-free Weetabix, but like I make myself like it's like an overnight oats type, well, it's not overnight oats, it's like a baked oats brownie type of thing. Have that for breakfast every morning. That's great. I was doing that even before we worked out what was going on. So, yeah. Is that face enough? No, it needs to be more face. More face! There we go. Oh, sorry, you meant beginning crochet, not a starter. I missed. Oh, okay, sorry. I understand. You didn't mistype, I just misunderstood your comment. So the question was, which is the easiest Pokemon to start with in terms of crocheting? And I'm sorry, the answer is very boring. But the ones that I'd probably start with are actually here on screen. You have Voltorb, who is a ball with some shaping involved, who was throwing off my focus badly. But he's basically a ball. You get to learn a little bit of color change techniques. Or I'd go with the eggs, which does rely on you stitching faces on, but it's basically a nice, easy egg pattern that you just make a bunch of times and sew together. So those are definitely the easiest starting points. will say in general, these Pokemon, any of the Pokemon that I've done, are not the easiest things, just because we're packing a lot of shaping and doing so lots of tips and details and tricks and all kinds of stuff in just tiny little packages. So that always kind of ups the difficulty a little bit. King Arthur brand from Walmart has a truly gluten-free all-purpose flour for baking. Yes, I've heard that our local Coles, which is one of our big supermarket chains, has a pretty decent gluten-free flour. It's just we're feeling our way forward with a bunch of stuff. I found a pasta that I could eat the other day, and that was a cause for celebration because it had been a while. And it's made with red lentils, which is odd, but with like a bolognese sauce, you can't even tell. So that's good. It's got a bit more protein in it than regular pasta anyway, so it's probably what we should be eating anyway. Okay, that's definitely more mouth. You are the mouthiest mouth in all the mouth. And now we'll do a row around, so it's 18, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yep. I'm going to do 18 single crochet around the outside. Oh, I'm interested in whatever that comment was, but I've missed it. Hold on. Yes, because I work at the Fluffy Chomper. I'm looking for your previous comment here because I'm interested. Do you eat gluten-free Weet Bix? Oh, okay, there we are. That was the question. I can definitely recommend Abbott's Bakery gluten-free bread. Okay. Cool. Thank you. We will try that. Mr. Burns is just crunching on regular bread. Honestly, most of the time, I don't miss it. It's just like, I'm very aware that like, I can no longer just have a piece of toast, or I can't make a sandwich for lunch. You know what I mean? It's just, I have to think a little bit harder about that sort of thing. That's all. And like, it's a little hard to get takeout, but that's, you know, it's not the end of the world either. The only thing I really miss is like pizza and garlic bread. That used to be like our thing. Our little treat every so often. Yeah. But it's also just like, part of it is also just, I'm trying to put something into words that I haven't really spoken about. And it's like, just identifying what was causing a problem and then just having it be such a simple thing and just having the problem go away is, it's validating to have identified the cause of a problem. That's all I think I'm trying to express here. I'm getting a little lyrical about the whole thing. It's just like, it's nice to have, it's validating to not feel like you were making it up, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Gluten-free pizza bases are terrible. They're terrible, and they make me feel sick. Not like mentally sick or unwell, or just like, it's not like the thought of them, it's just like eating them makes me feel unwell. There we go. It's a lot of mouth, but I think we can make it work. It's a lot of mouth, and I'm gonna have to stuff it a little bit, but we're gonna make it work. I need more pins. It's like the challenge of the day is to see if we can like run out of pins. Do I have a favorite Pokemon I've made, and which one am I looking forward to crocheting? Favorite one changes a lot. Favorite one tends to be like whichever one I've made most recently. Like Rhyperior was my favorite for a bit there. Carnivine was my favorite for a bit there. Mew is my favorite for a bit here. Currently my favorite is probably Paris, who we made last week, just because she's such a good nugget. We love her. But then like, yeah, it tends to be whichever one's in front of me. I love many of them for many different reasons. Any I'm looking forward to crocheting. I've got an equal mix of fear and anticipation for Gyarados. He's my favorite. I'm putting him off and looking forward to him at the same time. Because I don't know yet how I'm going to approach him. I want to make him big and amazing and cool, but I know I need to make him little and tiny and fitting in with the rest. So it's a complex emotion that I'm feeling there. We'll make that work in editing. I promise that looks exactly the way we want it to. Whose eyes are throwing this off? Let's move you out the way. Somebody's eyes are triggering the focus. There we go. We're gonna fake it. Ready? Eyes. Okay, sorry, Tortoise. You're banned. Okay. Alright, as a fellow zebra, knowing what's going on is definitely a massive relief. Yeah, I guess. It doesn't really occur to me that I was a zebra, but I guess I kind of fit the description now. Alright, let's make us some eyeballs. Some actual eyeballs. Hey, cutie. You look far less bothered there than you do in person. So for these eyes, I'm just going to do little white discs, just like we did with Shelder, as agreed. And then we'll try one with a magic, no, not one with a magic ring, one with a safety eye in it, and we'll do one with a pin to like pretend to be stitches. And you guys can, I'll throw up a little poll and you can have a say while we make some of the other pieces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bump, 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 bump. All right. Is that big enough? Probably wouldn't want it any larger. Do I have safety eyes here today? I do! We're running out of this little baggie, but I've got plenty of other baggies of them. Okay. Yeah, I pulled that magic ring very, very tightly, but I suppose here's a piece of advice if you've ever done that. Use the point of your hook, go down a hook size if you must. Work it back through the middle and suddenly you've got room to put a safety eye in again. Okay, this is our terribly, terribly alert Slowpoke. Which I will finish off properly so it doesn't unravel. There we go. And we'll just pin that in place and put it here on his face, and he will look oh so sweet, and he will taste just like meat. All right, wait a second. Make a second eye. I'm sorry, I don't know where that demon came from. Favorite, most proud of project to date. That's hard. Probably Albert, Marigold, the Raptor. Any of the big ones, the ones that I've done just like they were intended to be just for me, but eventually I was. Okay, I use the word bullied, but I mean it with love. You guys love the project so hard, I end up releasing the notes a lot of the times. But it's anything that I sit down just with the intention of making something to try and test myself, they're the ones that I end up loving the most. Because, like, it's a different experience to designing with an idea in mind for other people to replicate it. I take more risks when I'm and go more freeform and approach shapes in different ways when I'm not thinking first, how will someone else make this? Go. Okay. So folks, here are the options. We have, get rid of that for now. We have Tiny Pupil, which is looking pretty close to the official art, or we have Offie's Gourd, is all I'm going to say for YouTube purposes. Yep, Gengar was banned after licking everything last week. So those are our two eye options. We're not doing one of each. You get to pick one or the other. So we're going to go small or big. I'm going to start a poll and I'll make the next piece while we think about it. Start a poll. And we're going to say eyes. And we'll say small. Hit the caps lock, somewhat ironically there. Or big. Have your say. Yeah, Sith Assassin, I'm onto you. I knew it was out there. There's too much of a trickster spirit here. I knew somebody would want one of each, but no, we gotta pick one or the other, and I will leave him sitting there like that while I work on some ears. So you've got plenty of time to vote. Take your time to consider it carefully. Because once those safety eyes are clipped on, that's kind of it. I'll even tilt him back so you can get a better look. Nope, that doesn't work for anybody. Can I prop him here? That works, cool. Watch that while I make the ear. So as mentioned, I'm going to start the ear at the front and then I'm going to do back loop stitching to create a little spiral. I bring you love. Oh, that's a deep cut on The Simpsons right there. Yeah, I agree. One of each looks too much like someone bonked the Slowpoke on the head. So no to that, but I understand that making choices is a heavy responsibility. Okay, it looks like you guys have pretty much decided on the small ones, and that's fine, that's good, I can work with that. Oh, these got big. These got unexpectedly big. How big are your ears supposed to be? Not that big. My ears got too big. Everybody panic. The ears, they're too big. It's fine. We're going to take them down a notch. It's going to be fine. Alright, so instead of an increase in every back loop, we're going to do an increase in every second back loop, which is 3 increases instead of 6, which will keep these ears a little bit smaller and a little bit more reasonable. There we go. So I have to cover the eyes to be able to show you this properly. You got to focus for me, bud? Talking to the camera, hoping for the best. Please focus. Thank you. Yay. Okay, back loops are providing some texture there. See, we've got that little spiral in the crispest shot of the whole day. So that's one little ear curving the right way, and then getting it to curl the other way is always fun with back loop detailing, but we'll see if I can pull it off on camera live. And then I'm going to go back loop 1 and then both loops for 8 the whole way around. 1, and now we're just gonna single crochet and decrease. No stuffing required for this piece because it's just a little puck. Do I remember how hard or easy the Eevee crochet ones, the Evolutions ones were? Vaporeon's hard, Jolteon's tricky, Flareon's pretty easy. See, Sylveon and Espeon, pretty easy. A little bit bitty, but easy. And I haven't made the other 3. They're easy enough that I did all of them, the ones that I did, in a 24-hour window. Honestly, I think these days, as I'm able to pound out 2 or 3 a stream, I could probably do more in a 24-hour stream than or a 24-hour, not stream, but 24-hour session. Because that's how I made those original Evolutions, and I only got 5 of them. Sorry, my own voice just came through on the speakers and it threw me off. I could probably get through more than I did because I only got through 5 of them, or 4.5 in a 24-hour window, and I feel like I'm faster than that now. Just I am. Okay, so there's our little ear. Problem with using back loops as our stitching is that they'll always spiral the same way, and technically we need his ears to spiral one way and one the other. Let's close this poll off because it's a very decisive victory for the small eyes with 88% of the vote. So let's pluck out the pupil. And we'll stick the little pin in again. There we go. Gives you an idea. We'll move them slightly further apart, I think. Let's take our time and pin in properly, shall we? First of all, we want that rotated like a potate. Rotate like a potate. Yeah. Close that little middle gap off again. Yeah, okay, sorry. Small one with 87% of the votes. There must have been a last minute surge for the big pupils, but 12% is not a majority in any imagination. Okay, let's move that to the side. And we'll move you off to the side as well. And move you back in a little. In a little. Okay, that's pretty good. We have one little ear with a little swirly whirl on it. It goes back here. And now I get to try and work out how to get it to curve the other way. Hooray for me. Except I also didn't write down half the pattern for that ear, so hold please. And yeah. Guess the question is how much do I think it matters? Technically that ear would be the other side. Based on the direction it curls. I don't think it's that obvious of a detail, but it's also just one of those things where now I've said it, I've presented the issue. No, it goes on this side, it does. I feel like I'm supposed to solve this problem, and I feel like it could be solved if I like swapped to working with my left hand, but I don't know how to crochet with my left hand, and that's a whole other thing. Mr. Bones could probably do that, he's a lefty, but just the Eevee as, not the evolution. Oh no, Eevee herself is pretty easy. She's small, she's tiny, but she's not super hard. Just like, I get the sense that you're kind of looking for a little bit like of a beginner-friendly project. I will just say, just go slow. Don't feel the need to rush through it. Ask for help if you need it. There's the pattern help channel on the Discord. If I'm live, I'll do my best. If I see it. Yeah, just go slow. You got this. What if you don't want to hold? I didn't give you a choice. Oh, Eduardo. Yes, exactly. He is a Latin Slowpoke. Okay, so here's my thinking, right? There's 6 stitches, and then there's 9 stitches. So like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And the way we got away with doing the back loop stitching is to follow the natural curve the first time, but this time we need to go the other way. So it's going to be fighting us at every turn. We kind of need to leave one of them free there. Yeah, I think we just need to skip one of them and that might solve the issue. Though honestly, I don't think it's going to be something that I need to torture myself about. I think it's such a small detail. I don't think it's super visible at scale. So we control the rotation by controlling the back loop, right? In case you're wondering what I'm torturing myself about right now. And 6. Every time I get into this chat, I end up shipping people I don't know. This is my life now. Sorry, general rule of thumb, don't ship real people. It's awkward, but otherwise go nuts. Three, for, what time is it? 5 o'clock, okay. 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I better get a wriggle on, because otherwise there may not be time for a third one. I've spent too much time gas bagging, not enough time stitching. 5, 6. I've messed this up. There we go. I forgot to increase. Sorry, I just want to revise what I've said. I didn't realize we were cheering on somebody who was already together with the person they were being shipped with. That's different. That's just cheering people on. I agree. There's a certain degree of implied consent there. And then we go around again. Do we go in back loops again? No. Sorry, I'm just silently trying to follow my own pattern here right now. That's okay though. I've just sort of simplified the ear down so it's the same thing for both of them. It's just the inner ear, like that middle magic ring of 6 that the loops will be showing through on, and it should give the impression on both sides of the head of being whatever direction it needs to be. And even if it doesn't, I've made my peace with it, and we're gonna just keep moving forward. Because we're going to need these ears again on Slowbro, and then probably again on Slow King eventually. There we go. Yeah, can I second the fact that we maybe rename Mitch so he's not Mitch the violence person? I should do a stream where I just talk to you. But the whole point of this stream is I need something to talk about. So yeah, I'm sorry about the periods of silence as I'm working stuff out, but I genuinely don't know what I would have to say that would fill a large period of time with no activity implied or in there. I don't know if I have enough opinions for that. He approves of being known as the violence person. Okay, Mitch. I officially dubbed Mitch the violence person. Gil and Joy Eats Australia. I am in WA. It is always good to encounter a fellow Aussie here in internet land. There we go, and we're going to poke, poke, poke aggressively for the Slowpoke. Alrighty, alrighty. These little space buns, they go on your head so that you can hear all the things being said. I'm feeling very Dr. Seussian today, I'm sorry. Now you need a tail with a story to tell. We're going to start at the tip of the tail. I'm finally going to use this little diagram I drew earlier. Tail. We're going to start with a little magic ring 6, just because that's the convenient place to start, I guess. Oh, I should go smaller than that, even though I don't like it. We'll start with a magic ring of 5. All right, I'll compromise with you. Hi, Joanna. 2, 4, 5. There we go. It is. I do think that the Aussie team does get quite represented in this this time slot of streaming, and I like that. It's like, first of all, home ground advantage. But second of all, I do spend a lot of time in international spaces and American spaces, just online, just by nature of what I do. Most of my audience is US based, which is great, and thank you, that's lovely. But it's just really, sometimes it's cool to like find where all of the Australians are hiding, because you're like 4% of my audience, and just like shake you out of the woodwork and make you play with me a little bit. Sandgroper, yeah, we're sandgropers. That's what WA is. We're not messing with you. It's easy to believe that everything an Australian says is messing with you. And in general, in person, I would encourage that belief, but I wouldn't lie to you. Of course I wouldn't. I'm making a Slowpoke tail. There's no time for falsehoods with Slowpoke tails. Alright, so that's magic ring of 5, and then I did 2 rows of 5 single crochet. Now we're chucking an increase in to get us back up to 6, which is a far more reasonable number of stitches to have in our round. Cries in European. I'm sorry, Nat. I love my Euro audience as well. I do. I love you all. Just sometimes it's really hard to work out where the Australians are hiding. And wait, is that my increase? That's my increase. Okay, cool. So we've got the little tippy tip of the tail on white, so it's a little hard to see. And we're gonna do, I'm literally just following this as a map down here. If you can see it, I will fix whatever the lights are doing. Add it to the list. I'll go 1 row around. Hello, you just got very cozy with me. Fun fact about this specific ball of yarn, it was on the back of a quad bike with me last time I was out in the middle of nowhere, and it fell off, dragged along the dirt for a while because I didn't realize it had fallen off, and I still had a strand of it in my lap. And I was not crocheting on the bike, I swear. It was just in my bag and it fell out. Yeah, it's still very dusty, and every so often I'm crocheting with it and another stick falls out. And I don't know how I got this tangled up with it. I'll just tuck the tail into the tail. Like so. And I think that's the nice cute little tippy tip of his tail. That's plenty of tippy tip. And now we're going to change to our pink. And I don't think we want like a hard edge between the two colours. I think we want a soft edge, so I'm not going to do anything fancy here. I'm just going to change and start using pink. Ooh, a sunny part of the UK. I have been taught by media that that is an unlikely situation. So congratulations on your sunshine. Soak up all the vitamin D you can while you've got the chance. There we go. Now we're working in pink, you'll be able to see. I'm so sorry, I need another cough lolly. We're doing our best today. Oh no, the chat's caught in a time loop of Australianisms. Ah, she'll be right. Okay, we've got our little tail. Now I'm going to be loading increases on one side. And let's see, we approached it fairly straight on. So we've got row, row, row your boat gently down the slowpoke. So yeah, I'm not actually going to do this. I know I just presented it that way. I'm going to just like load my increases on one side just to give it a slight curl, and then I'm just going to let the flexibility of yarn do the rest of the work for me. There's no real point to much else with something this size. So, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, quick, everybody jump to the left. And then we step to the right. And we don't sing copyright songs. We think them really loudly together. roughly in time. Noted here, Master, you have missed Gloom, who is sitting here in the corner. All tangled up for some reason with a tortoise. And we're working on Slowpoke. So that's where we're up to today. I was leaving them on screen, but they were playing with the focus quite dramatically. Then I changed to pink. Then I did 6 single crochet around, and then I did 5 single crochet and an increase. And I'm going to increase every row from now on. So ink, single crochet. Three, 4, and 5, and 6, and a 7, and an 8. 2, 3, 4. Sorry, got to take time to write down the notes because otherwise I regret it later. See how putting the increases on one side is just creating this little curve to the side? Sort of. Sort of. Mr. Bones, if you would kindly stop trying to summon a demon into the room, that'd be great. I'm pretty excited about the remake though. A lot of people have signed on to that movie who worked on the original, including, I think, Tim Burton's attached. So, talking about Beetlejuice, for anybody interested. I blame the pins, and can someone answer my question on if she made Ghastly and Haunter? I have not made Ghastly and Haunter yet. Noelle, the Snow Wolf Queen, we have just made Gengar. And even then, we've only made Gengar because he came up in one of those randomized playthroughs that I was doing. Not the Soul Silver run we're currently working on, but just one of those ones where I was doing, I think it's the very first one actually, where I was doing a randomized catch it and stitch it playthrough. Gengar was my starter. Okay, and we're going to keep going. This is working fine so far. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 around. We're going to keep going. So 1, 2, decrease. I'm doing it. I'm so sorry. Can't help myself. 4 and 4, 5. Couldn't help it. It curves so much nicer if I put a decrease there. I have to move this closer. I can't keep working that far away. These are the notes for anyone who wants to pause it and do what you like. 4 single crochet, then an increase, and this is 10. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this must have been 3. I must have miscounted. It's going to hold steady at 10 now though. So we'll just scribble some tiny little notes up here. Gremlin mode engaged. Hey, you guys are talking about gremlins. That's cool. All right. Four, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. Is this enough of a tail for you yet, boy? This has gone on for a while. No, we still need many more tail. Please excuse the cough drop, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm very aware. It feels very rude to be eating and talking at the same time when I know I've got a job to do here. So here we go. On the other hand though, it's nice that the cooler weather has meant that this room isn't blisteringly hot at this point. It's normally where we get to. Let me go. So I'm just still loading all those increases at the same point at the front, which is causing the illusion of a curve to form more than an actual curve. And every so often I'm throwing a decrease at the back to just like force the curve around. It's making keeping notes real interesting, I gotta say. Because I keep not bothering to count and then realizing I want to decrease and realizing I have to go back and do it again. So 4 decrease. And we're at a row count of 11 and that uses up 6 of them, which means we have 5 remaining, which means it's 4 and then an increase. Heh. I love it when that works out. I always find it very validating when the numbers come up even, because it means that I have subconsciously balanced things lovely. It's just, it would be better if I was doing it intentionally, but I am technically intending to do it, just not necessarily doing it on purpose all the time. What took a dark turn? I had a cat with big ears as a kid called Gizmo. Killed it. I'm mistaken. Oh my goodness, Emily! I am so sorry. I have stopped myself reading that as I got to the end. Content warning in the chat. I am so sorry. What a horrible experience. Okay, we're going to stuff this a little bit. See, get a real feel for how we're going. I can see in like, is it Soul Silver with the Pokemon tails? I can see friendly local villagers crocheting like dummy tails for the Slowpokes who have lost theirs while they wait for them to grow back, so that they don't feel sad or embarrassed, so they can wear their little crochet tails. Kind of like penguin jumpers for the little penguins in real life. I don't know, guys, do we reckon that tail's long enough? I know that he technically has got a lot more tail. Maybe a couple more rows? Couple more rows. Hi, honey. You reckon it's long enough?
A bit more.
A little
like
bit
if you
more?
look at the photo.
I know, but it's such a stupid, stupid photo.
It's like they're about to launch him.
So yeah, a little bit longer. Because it has to attach back here. So maybe, yeah, 2 more, 3 more.
Colour's wonderful.
Thank you. Aw, cute. I'm sorry for that disgusting display. Yeah, like the knitted knockers, exactly. It's just coming in from nowhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So we're still at 11, which is good. It's actually surprisingly good. So now we've decided that we need to do at least sort of 3 or 4 more rows just for a little bit more length. I do think it's looking good. So 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, we'll do 10 single crochet and an increase. 11 single crochet and an increase. Gloom, you are very clingy. Four, 5, 6. Hi, Lauren. 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm sorry, we're not giving Slowpoke a brown backside. That's not happening. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and we're gonna go 12, 13, 'and I believe we're going to stop there. I'm happy with that. I mean, his tail is glowing. And it's getting a little ridiculous. So we're going to stop there and finish off and call that a tale well told. A tale as old as time. There we go. And we're gonna pin that in place over the buttocks. Pins. There you are, Torty. And move on to the legs. Because if I hurry, we can at least get started on a third one. I don't know if we can do a whole one, but we can get started on a third one. So we've got most of our Slowpoke pieces. I can use some wire or something to or some stitch locking. Are you okay, honey?
Yep, fine.
Sorry, there was a crash from the living area. We can use some stitch locking or something to curl that more extreme if I want to, but otherwise I think it's fine where it is. Let's make some little legs, so little pudgy triangles. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. So easy. I'm going to actually write them before we get started. So start with a magic ring of 6, right? Do I want to give him a proper little toe? No, it's fine. And then we'll do 3 single crochet and an increase to get us up to 9. And they're sloped the whole way up from what I can see there. So I guess we'll just slope them the whole way up. Slope, slope, slope. And I can always just add rows of single crochet if I feel like this spacing, this slope needs to be a little bit more gradual, a little bit more spaced out. So all in pink. As mentioned, I will just stitch on toenails like I did with the Clefairy. Wrestling with the freezer again. Yeah, no, he's learned his lesson. No more wrestling with the freezer. September we have done Gloom and we are working on Slowpoke, so that's where we're at so far tonight. Do I have a favourite generation in game? I'm partial to Soul Silver just because it was my re-entry point into the franchise after I played Red initially. Not Fire Red, Red. I love Emerald just because it's so all-encompassing, but Shiny Hunting in X was my favourite, which I understand is a controversial choice. So, again, I like many of them for many reasons. I should just start answering Pokemon Snap just to throw everybody off. I'm allowed to be chaotic too. Well-behaved women seldom make history. True, true, true. Now, Mr. Bones is fine. I checked. He's fine. Just funny, because of the two of us, I'm the accident-prone one. There we go. So I did end up adding a row of single crochet in there. 6 single crochet. And now we're gonna expand our empire. And by empire, I mean Slowpoke leg. So this gets us up to 9. Like so. If I keep increasing at that rate, it might become too nubby, but if I just yeah, I might just single crochet around now. So 1, 2, we're going up to 27, okay? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You go back to bed, Sith Assassin. Thanks for hanging out. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Hi, Stephanie. 20, we're making Slowpoke. 21, and I'm trying to count. 22, in between. 23, sentences. 24, sentence fragments technically. 25, 26, 27. That's probably perfect. I think we've nailed this. So, oh my goodness, podgy little leg. And we were going to put him in a lying down pose, weren't we? Oh, it might need to be another size longer. Oh, I've almost made them too big, have I? Are they too fat, too chunky? No such thing. Lies and subterfuge. I like that for the back leg, but for the front legs, they might have to be slightly longer. No, we either like them or we don't. One more row. One more row. It has been decreed. Crochet, that's times 1, 2, 3 already. Come on, notes, we need you to be legible. 1, 2, 3, and we're going to do a 4th row around, and then we're going to call that a leg. Yep, Slowpoke was the second vote. Seven, 8, and 9, and finish off. All right, how quickly do you reckon I can pound out the rest of these legs? I have faith. Do you have faith? Because these would be way too big if he was standing, but because he's lying down, we might get away with it. Oh, they're very fat. I don't remember what number he was. Hold on, let me just check my original doc. Oh god, I still got that visible. He was number 5. Oh yeah, cool. Everybody else is answering for me. Nifty. Go. Yeah, so we did number 2 for Gloom, and now we've done number 5 for Slowpoke. And all we have left is like a sandy yellow, or yellow brown, a brown brown, and a brown. Those are your descriptions. If I get the rest of these legs done real fast, we'll do another vote and we'll get started, okay? I won't say we'll finish it, but we'll start another one. Particularly as there's no video this week. Kind of just don't want to leave you guys hanging. We should try and get at least 3 done. So 4, 5, 6. Sorry, I saw Mr. Bones breaks Mr. Freeze, and all I could think is ice to meet you. Which I know Mr. Bones was thinking very loudly as well. For I believe the milk joke that Mr. Bones is making is in regards to calcium, because he's a skeleton. Yeah. Okay, that's 6. And then we go up to 9, and then we do a bunch around. So fast little projects. We're not skipping leg day, let's put it that way. Okay, I could do a cacnea for a pincushion, but like, I don't have enough pins to need a secondary pincushion at the moment. I could buy some more pins, but in that case I'd probably load up taut even more. And honestly, cacnea, this is just a little ball. If the pressure is coming because you want a pattern, just like I would encourage you to try making one. Cacnea is a really sort of gentle introductory point. From memory, at least. He's just a little ball with some little tubey arms. It's just like that. I feel like you got this. Cacnea is probably a while off, given that we're working our way through Gen 1. What's happening philosophically? Oh, okay. Sure, everything okay? I'm hearing sirens in the background. Yeah, that's gonna happen. There's a storm outside. Everybody's panicking. I hope everybody's okay, but yeah. Let's just say I'm used to hearing plenty of sirens of all varieties outside. Oh no, Noelle, sorry. Please, I didn't mean whatever tone there, like... Would absolutely be cute. Cactuses make adorable little pincushions. They absolutely do. I just sort of was wondering if maybe you were asking because you really wanted a cacnea pattern, and I was just thought I'd encourage. I found that everybody has the capacity to create. It's just some people need to be given permission to, if that makes sense. So this is me officially giving you all permission to go out and try creating something. There we go, that's 4 rows, that's the whole leg. That took what, 3 or 4 minutes? That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. We'll be voting again very shortly. Queen Kemi, I approve of your Discord name. I don't want to say it on stream because I'm not super clear on what the rules are around that sort of thing, but I appreciate it. I actually think that Crochet and Chill should be called a rendition of that, so. Wait, why is everybody trying to get Mitch and Mr. Bones to fight? Did I miss something? Like, we're all friends here, guys. So Mr. Bones recently took out our freezer. So let's not go sicking Mr. Bones on anyone, okay? Okay, currently making dragon wings. Send help. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you doing them double walled, single layer? They're finger claws, they're veins. Dragon wings can mean so many different things. They're crafty intentions. I wish you all of the luck in the world. Oh, those are some intense patterns. I have seen and heard the stories. I have not attempted those myself. But then for me the challenge would be to try and replicate the shape, and I'm not willing to rip off another designer to do that. So that's a whole story in 3 sentences. Okay, I keep seeing philosophy in the chat, and all I can think is, behold a man. And I refuse to provide any additional context to that quote. Good luck to you all. The tag on my shirt is itching me. That wasn't necessarily for you. No, you don't cut them off because you need the information, but it's making me want to peel my own skin off a little bit. I'm still on stream. I would invite you to leave the room.
I don't know how to help you. Just leaving.
Hydrate or dehydrate? Yep, thank you. That's... I hate clothing tags. I hate them because they're useful and you have to keep them, but they touch you. Ah. Behold, a nugget. Exactly, we're doing our best. So were we still riffing on names for Slowpoke, or have we like settled in fully on Slowpoke? See. I'm glad some of you got my Diogenes reference. Yeah, exactly. If you cut the tag off, sometimes it makes it worse. And like, this is a pretty flat, nice kind of tag, you know, like it's not like a super long taggy tag. So it's just itching me a little bit at the moment. But the sweater itself is very comfy. I'm very, very, very much worth and happy with the value of the sweater. And I love the fact that the embroidery isn't just like iron on or stick on, it's actually like full on. Sorry, I keep turning it inside out to show people, look, it's actually embroidered. It feels fancy. I could get my quick unpick out and like unpick the tag, but then what if 10 years from now I want to know where I got this sweater? We picked a name for Gloom, we did. Gloom is Drool Berrymore. It's a drooling berry. It's Drool Berrymore. Okay, that's 3 rows. We're nearly done with the legs here. We'll give Slowpoke his leggies, and then he has no armies. He always faces defeat. We'll finish off the last leg. We'll pin it on, and we'll get another vote started super quick. Probably won't leave it open for a very long time. I might get up and stretch for a little 5-minute break, which may end up cut short, but like I'll stand up and stretch during that so that I get a little stretch in. It's good for my hip. And yeah, we'll get started on another one like we did with Clefairy the other week. We'll do what we can until we don't have any time left. Yeah, see, like embroidery, like actually quality made clothing. It's an exciting thing these days, which is actually so sad. You'd think quality clothing would be the least you should be able to expect at a certain point, but no. But then I'm also, again, Scrooge McDuck when it comes to these sorts of things, and I'm very prone to buying stuff I know won't last more than a season. Just from like Big W or whatever. I know that it's gonna wrinkle and fade and get thin and seems a bit sus. Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to censor that. You put that away, sir. I got a little leggy sticking out the front. Oh, hi, Zach the Sunshine. I'm glad you could make it. Yeah, it has been a little while. I don't think I stuffed this leg. It is not a stuffed Slowpoke. Might be a rolled Slowpoke. There we go. Oh my goodness, such a cutie little bean. Look at you, mate. Oh, I'm in love. I'm in love. We just need one more little leg. One more little leg. That's smart, cutting them off and sewing them back in somewhere they won't itch, but they'd have to be somewhere they would never touch my skin. So, and I would be afraid that I'd be making the problem worse. This is a tolerable level of irritation, whereas like I'd be afraid of if I do anything to it, I've added effort in, and it might become an intolerable level. So like I understand the status quo at the current level. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just babbling. I'm probably just babbling. Time zones, man, they've been getting you recently. Yeah, well, happy time zone, everybody. This is what, the 8th Pokemon stream? Something like that. We're finally reaching a point where the first hour isn't just discussing time zones. I'm working on my preamble. But yeah, happy time zones, everybody. I threw a stitch. I hate it when I throw a stitch. So it's the final leg, and then you'll have to pick one of the browns. You'll have to. There's no other options. And I'm not gonna lie. The brown that you pick is going to dictate how much of it gets done. Am I getting sick? That's a fun thing to try and work out. I'm just like, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Am I starting to get sick? It's the right weather for it, I guess. I did spend 6 hours in an emergency room surrounded by sick people. Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine, it's just dry air. 4 rows of 9 single crochet. There we go. Neighbours were having some party last night. They were playing bad music until 6 a.m. Okay, but bad music, was it so bad it was bad, or was it so bad it was good? I mean, any music after 3 a.m. is bad music. Any music after 1 a.m. is bad music. I don't care if it's the biggest bop ever. It's bad after, I'm old. It's bad after 10 p.m. I'm going to just revise that. Yeah, any music that I am not choosing to listen to, that I'm being forced to listen to, is bad music. Unless it's supermarket music. Because I'm sorry, our supermarkets have it going on. They do. They keep that playlist bopping. If you like a little bit of soft pop. You'd call Slowpoke Gino because a friend of yours has a dog called Gino who lies down exactly the same way. Because he sploots. I believe that's the name for it, with the little legs splooted out. If only we could get him to blem. We'd have the full set. Now, okay, real questions now. Slowpoke, cat or dog? Most things can be sorted into either cat or a dog. Slowpoke, is it a cat or is it a dog? There's the aversion to water, so that kind of lends itself towards dog. But the laziness and the constant sleeping kind of feels a lot more cat to me. Like, I can't imagine a Slowpoke playing fetch. No, I don't mean the same 5 Christmas songs. Our supermarkets play like hits from the 90s and 2000s. Dog? Cat? Bear? There are no thoughts. He has no thoughts. The boy has no thoughts. But to me that also says dog, because I've never met a golden retriever with a thought it could catch. Well, that's not true. Golden retrievers are kind of smart, but you know what I mean. You've all met a dumb dog. Lovably dumb. One of your dogs is throwing goat? Pig? Okay, we get a pig. All right, got some pictures here. Bear. The bear I'm not getting. I guess he's got the little ears, but I guess bears also kind of lays by the water and slurp up the salmon. I'm going with the person who said bear. Okay, I can go with bear. Hippo, no. Cole's radio can be played on digital radio. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And it's just like, but to me, it's the context of it is also part of what makes it good. I don't want to listen to that song by choice. I want to be forced to listen to that song as I try and work out which lentils I'm taking home for dinner. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's Cole's radio. What's really funny is I still have memories of, like, as a kid, hearing the music and thinking, this is old people music. And now I'm listening to that music and I'm just like, oh, if this is old people music and it's my music, We're not connecting those two thoughts. We're fine. There you are, my precious boy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you Slowpoke. He's a little shorter in the body, but oh my goodness, is he a cutie. He's the cutest little thing, and he just fits really nicely as a little pork roll. Mother help. Ah. Okay, we gotta pop him to one side and get this vote started real quick. Because otherwise we won't have time. We're gonna stick with Slowpoke as the name. I have decreed it. I get to decree something every so often. Let's go back to the choices page. Oh God, that picture is still there. I'm so sorry everybody for reoffending. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so our choices are remaining 1, 3, and 4. Start a poll. Okay, and we got 1, 3, and 4. Okay, the poll has been started. I'll give you guys a second just to look at them, and then I'm gonna just throw to the break video. And I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna stretch my legs, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or less. So, all right, and okay, everybody have fun. look, I'm back. but look, I'm back early. Did I turn the audio back on? Sorry? Did you say something? Okay. Okay, you can hear me. Okay. All right, we're back. I'm back early. So I'm seeing that you all have thrown your lot in behind number 3. Let's end that poll and get an official determination. Number 3 with 41% of the votes, number 4 with 30% of the votes, number 1 with 28% of the votes. So it's actually fairly evenly split. All right, so let's just see if you guys managed to dodge the Diglet. Again. So you picked number 3, and it looks like we are making Eradicate. Now, tell me, for the sake of closure, would you like me to show you what's behind door number 1 and door number 4? Because it's not just Diglet and Doug trio. I wouldn't be quite that obvious. Wouldn't stack the deck that far in my own, I don't know, favor. What's hilarious is I don't even know how I was going to approach the ground on Diglet. But anyway, would you like to know what's behind number 1 and number 4? I'm seeing some yeses. I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay, here we go. Let's show you. So, door number 4 was the Diglet you have all been avoiding for 8 streams now, which is getting ridiculous. Eventually you have to let me make the Diglet, but Dodge the Diglet will continue next week. And behind door number 1 was a trap for me. I was going to start making the people. I won't lie, I'm not disappointed I didn't get to start, but like it would have been nice to tick one of them off. So Hitmonlee was also in the rankings today. I feel like if I'm going to try and trick you guys, I have to try and trick myself as well. But we are going to be going and working on Eradicate. I can't promise we'll get all the way through him. He's got some fiddly bits, but we're going to do our best. So let's swap back to our making screen. Let's change our sprite over so that you can see our little ratty friend. Rawr. He thinks he's so scary. And let's pack away. Oh, no, we still need pink. We still need cream. Oh, we still need a lot of the same Slowpoke colours. That's fun. Why are you tangled up with Gloom, Tortoise? These sorts of shenanigans will not stand, okay? I'll pop you over there. And a cute little Slowpoke nugget. Sorry, I just got to clear some space because I got to turn the page. We ran out of room on our notebook. Eradicate is a turtle potato, so I feel like this camera's slowly zoomed in. I feel like this paper fit on screen before and now it doesn't. So, potato rat friend. He's got a little point to him. Well, he's got plenty of point to him, but he's mainly a potato. He's a very scruffy potato. And we do one of these. And we do one of these. Because he's got his belly fluff, and he's got face fluff, and he's got big old mouth with big old buck teeth. And pink in the background, which we'll make by like layering pieces up, I think. He has some whiskery bits. He's got some squinty little cutesy eyes, which we'll do with safety eyes. We're going back to safety eyes for this guy. Nose. Which we'll make the safety eyes look reasonable with like an eyebrow piece or an eyelid. He's got like these flappy little wing ears, which are cutie. But they are dual coloured, which is going to be interesting. But I don't know if we'll do that. I don't know if it's a necessary detail. We'll do our best. He almost looks like a Nidoran that stood up and got hairy. It's a Nidoran going through puberty. And he got a little tail. He's got some ratsy feet. And you've got some little ratsy hands. Fingeries. Yeah. And that's our boy. I went full Slowpoke on the tail there. His tail's got some marking type things on it. But pics in Discord, thank you very much. Yeah, we've got ear. Oh, he angry. This is a rat with a lot of rage. Okay. Whiskers and a little nose. We're giving gentle boops too. Guys, I think we might have to break out the wire brush for this guy. His shagginess is like very much his brand. I don't know if we can truly represent Eradicate without making him fuzzy. We'll see what we can do in the next hour or so. There we go. He's a scruff. He's a little scruff. Can he have an eyebrow piercing? No, sorry. It's too much of a customization. We do try and stay reasonably within the realm of what the picture is. So there's our little ratty friend. So we need some pink for inside the mouth, some white for the chompers. I was going to go for the Paris colour because I feel like that's a good match for his fur. But then I've been trying to work out if he's like, he's kind of beige, but kind of yellow. So I've been trying to work out if cream for the belly or yellow for the belly. I feel like even as I hold them up, I'm pretty sure cream is the answer there. Sorry, have we just named him Jose? That could work for inside the ears, which is just my Diglet colour, which I have had ready every week, just saying. And then I feel like we also kind of need like a... No, we don't need beige. We need a colour called natural. That's really, really hard to find. There. Sorry, really hard to find. Reaches over, picks it up. I mean, it's hard for me to find to replace it. Yeah, this colour's called natural, and this is the colour for paws and tails. So, sea of yellowy, browny beiges. Okay, let me have a look at these ratty butt pics. In future, maybe the reference images Mr. Bones sends through, we can send through to the live stream channel if you guys wanted to see what I'm seeing as well. It's not the worst idea. He's not sending me anything else. He's just sending me the pics. Oh my goodness, it's another boy with his tail rights poking out behind him. Okay, yep, cool. Here's Petite. Here's Potato Mouse. Angry Potato Mouse. That side view is really good, actually. We're gonna go with that side view. So we've got our colors sorted. So this is feet and tail, like belly. This is inside the ears. This is the rest of his body. I do have more of this color, never fear. And this is mouth. So we'll just move all this off to one side. We don't need all of it at the same time. Jonathan. Jonathan. Gloom is just getting her yarn. Oh, his yarn everywhere. So, in terms of shaping here, I got to send a really good reference image from Mr. Bones from the side. So that's the shape of his body. And we don't muck around with color changes too much in a scenario like this, but we might be brave today. I don't know yet. That's such an easy piece to make and so on. It's hard to convince myself not to. We could do like this color potato, brush the back of it up so it's nice and fluffy and scruffy, and then have this little belly piece on, and we can sew that on. So, yeah. Chris Pratt. Okay, then we got the little ears, which are double-sided, I believe, because they're the main body color on the outside and brown on the inside. So we'll probably make like a little square piece, two of them, and then stitch around the outside. So we'd make one in brown, one in the outside color. That's how we'd make the ear. Little hands are just little hands. So we'll probably do some magic ring or picot type tricks for those. If we can keep things the right scale, that'd be perfect. He's got bigger feet, but similar thing. So it's just a flipper with, again, either the same technique we use for the fingers, we'll use for the toes as well. So we'll use either picots or we'll use folded over treble crochets is a preferred toe method of mine. The tail goes on for days, yo. And we might stitch lock it up into a position or we might not. Who knows? In terms of whiskers, it depends on if I make this as a separate piece or not. I think I'm going to make it as a separate piece, honestly. Honey, would you mind including a rat photo from just dead on front, if it exists? Yeah, that's all the pieces otherwise. He's on a delay. Okay, well, we're liking Chris Pratt. I'm getting for the name. Okay, cool. Straight from the front. That's great. So his markings is like a square, which is always a good thing to encounter, and then a round. Then his mouthpiece is a pink piece. And then the teeth are kind of odd in that, like, they are always shown as meeting in the middle. So that could be made as like a white crochet piece that we embroider and then, or even just stitch, just like sew it on to the pink piece, which we will give a border to. All right, I have a plan of approach. We're gonna start by making a potato. Let's get this ball rolling. The tail, adding lines or just changing textures is a good question. The lines, it's hard, like, at first I thought they were maybe just like a sketched in detail that wasn't meant to be taken that seriously, but the more I look at the different angles of him, it looks like it is like a decided detail, so I'll probably just sew them on. It'd be real easy just to take some of like this yarn, stitch a circle around in a couple of different places following the stitch lines, I reckon. Pretty easy to accomplish. Sorry, there's some screaming outside. It doesn't sound like sad screaming, it's just distracting my brain just enough to cause problems. All right, eradicate. We're gonna start on top of the head. Just do a couple more little sketches here so I have an idea of what we're making. Oh, he's a squat boy with a wide tum. Squat boy, wide tum, big butt. All those good, wonderful, juicy things. Now, come here. Now, before you guys get too ahead of yourselves, he's going to be a small potato boy, not a large potato boy. I understand the thirst for potatoes is strong. Did I ever get a shiny Pokemon before? I have indeed. I have a box full of shiny Pokemon. I was hunting for them for a while. I can't remember if my first ever accidental, not really hunting for them encounter was, it was either a shiny Tentacle, who is silver and green instead of blue and red, or it was a Drudigon, who instead of being red and blue is green and gold. So both of them were quite like stark and special. So it sparked a love, and since then I've done egg hunting method, I've done horde shiny hunting. I have a shiny charm in one of the games, so it made it a little easier to hunt. Yeah. I enjoy shinies. I've not crocheted any shinies, if that's the question. It's a question I can't put off for too much longer though, because I know that in the Soul Silver playthrough we're doing, I'm pretty close to the Lake of Rage at this point, because I believe what's normally a shiny Gyarados is at level 30, and so like I'm approaching that mark very, very quickly. Of course, it's a randomized game file, so first of all, I don't know what I'll catch, but I'm pretty sure that it'll still be shiny, so it'll be a shiny something, and then every time it evolves, it'll also evolve into a shiny something. Do I make the shiny version, or do I make the regular version so it actually fits in with the rest of the Pokédex? Because I'm not making two. So like, I guess it depends on if I'm making them for the Crochetdex, or if I'm making them for the game. The playthrough, the character. I don't know. Honestly, it's been enough of an issue that it's kind of making me put it off a little bit longer than I otherwise normally would have. I know it's right there. We're so tangled. We're so tangled. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. I'm gonna have to ball this up before we go any further. Hang on, where's the end? I thought it was right there. There we go. Pigeon. Pigeon CK. Wait, what? I think I used... I'd like to try micro crochet at some point, but I have not yet had the courage. A shiny Alolan Raticate. That's cool. I know that, I can't remember if it was last week or the week before, somebody caught literally 2 shiny Drowsies during the stream. Sorry, this is an unexpected delay just because I didn't observe good yarn hygiene. There we go. Here we go. See, it doesn't want to be bad. It's just, if you don't give it structure and rules, it can't help itself. Shiny the duplicate? What is this? There we go. All right. We did it. We did it. We did it. We win. We won. Magic ring of 6. Excellent. Go us. Get up to 12. And then we're going to turn it back into a square because if anything screams square head, it's this fellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. So we're up to 12 in our round, which it's like magic ink. There we are. You can see it in the shadow. We're at 12. We want to make a square. I think it's just a square. I don't think there's anything fancy about the square. I think it's just a square. So we'll do 4 corners, which will get us up to 20. Yeah, 20. Straight from 12 to 20. That's a big old jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. That doesn't work. 8. What? No, we're right. We're fine. 10, 11. Okay, all right, sorry. Yeah, I lost track of the chat there for a second, but someone just summarized it for me. So if I already have the thing, I could make the shiny version if it comes up in the playthrough. I guess. And if I don't, we just wouldn't. Maybe. I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things because like there are no wrong answers. There are 2 right answers, but because if I have to make 2 every time, it's just going to become unmanageable like this yarn. If I have to make 2 every time, it's just not going to work in terms of the playthrough timeframes that I'm on, as it already kind of takes long enough to make 1. So I can't make 2. That's not a solution. But that is maybe the correct answer in terms of what the video is. Like maybe we make a normal one and a regular one in that scenario. But in that case, that kind of just disincentivizes me to keep the shiny on the team. But I think it would be cool to keep the shiny on the team. But it's only cool because it's shiny. See what I mean? It's just go around and around and around. Yeah. Goldie the Lizard, that checks out. I started at 1 PM and it's now 5 o'clock. Alrighty, sorry, I had to coil the yarn again. If it keeps behaving like this, we're just going to call it. But I was hoping to at least get the potato done for the rat. Make the regular on stream? Yeah, that's an option, I guess. Okay, we have head a rat. So this is represented by this. We're going to keep increasing in the back 2 corners to slope the back, but we're going to work straight down for the face. So Let's just give you some idea of what we're doing here. I will work out which light is doing this. I am so sorry. This is just embarrassing at this point. Let's say that those two back corners are the two that we're going to continue increasing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 makes sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 does make sense. Ink 3. We have 1, 2, 4 across the back. Another ink 3. 20, so 4, 11, 12, 13, and 7 more. Okay, cool. That's perfectly balanced. How odd. Guess it makes sense in a certain sense. We're going to use a stitch marker anyway, just in case. Did anyone see where the sucker went? Who stole my stitch marker? Mr. Bones messing with me? How long has he been like that? Oh well, I'll just get another one, but I don't know where the first one went. Maybe it's under the notebook. There we go. There we go. Alrighty, here we go. So we're going to work our way around to the back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're still on track. We're on track. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. No, if there's 24 in the round, I'm right. It's fine. He's fine. That's 24, so then we'll do 24 single crochet around just because we want to start building up some chunk to the potato. Night, Katie. Thanks for hanging out. He is just loving on the piggy. He's apparently got a pet pig. There we go. Rathu? I like Rathu. Rathu. Oh, Mr. Bones has mischief written all over him right now. What are you doing, honey?
Writing down Rathier.
Oh. Never mind, he's just doing admin.
No mischief here.
No mischief here. There is a stream delay. Counting at my shift, I wanted to start yelling random numbers. Stop that. If you start yelling random numbers at me, I'll stop looking at the chat. Or I'll start just peppering my 7 random numbers in through the conversation. 15. Okay, okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. We've got a good little potato cap forming. Now, which eyes are it that's stealing focus now?
8. 12, 6, 3.
Well, I'm single. Raticus the First. Mischief? I kind of like Ratigan. Like, oh no, it's just the Ratigan. Kind of like Rattata was a Rattata. And then, hey, what's the matter? No, but like, it was Rattata and then it evolved and it was just a Ratigan. Light dusting of eyeshadow for the brown crispy bits? Brown crispy bits on who? Are we talking croissant? It's like I love... the eyeshadow and the makeup conversation for the Croissantosaurus has come up a little bit. But I just want to say, you guys think that I own a lot more makeup than I have. I was like, I don't think I have any eyeshadow. It's like eyeliner and mascara are kind of at the limits of my abilities. And even then, my eyes are more like sisters than twins. Ratigan? Yeah, Ratigan. Rathbone? Yeah, I can dig it. It's that one, and it's that one, and it's this one. Just trying not to lose my rotation, but I am kind of also just losing my rotation a little bit. Not my mind, just my rotation. So I think there's 3, and then this was part of the 7. And then it's 1 and 2. Okay, so we're at the end of that one there. If you pull it apart, you can see the stitches a little easier. Cool. So we're on our 3rd row of 24 single crochet now. Yeah. Ratigan is a Vincent Price villain from the Disney Mouse Sherlock Holmes movie. Yeah, the Basil the Great Mouse Detective. I am a connoisseur. I think I even actually have that one on DVD. Oh, right. DVDs are how we used to watch movies. It's me, Ratigan. What's the matter? I feel like there's something very inappropriate happening with Vegemite in the chat right now. Well, Stephanie, that's all well and good, but you are leading to the downfall of my relationship right now because you inspired Mr. Bones to start counting. One more. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying just going around in cruisy circles. I'll regret it later, but for now, it's just kind of nice. Hi, Shannon. Glad you could make it. Templeton? That's cute. He was a drunk though, wasn't he? I have very vivid memories of the cartoon version of that. Oh. Mr. Bones, would you mind typing for them? They're worried you're not okay. That's not helping. I love as this has somehow become a two-man show. Yeah, that's like something got us.
Cheers. Oh, I'm fine. I'm right there.
You're so cute. Yeah, sorry. Hydrate or dehydrate, yes, 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 yes. I believe I managed to do 2 additional rows. So here is our little potato head, as it stands, as it was, as it will be again. We should really still be increasing at the back, but I'm just really enjoying making just a tater tot of a mouse. Well, no, we're going to start increasing at the back again, but we're not doing increase 3s for it. We're just going to do regular increases to make it a more gradual slope. And I'm just eyeballing where I think they should go. So this is me positioning the 2 increases at the back there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the middle. So that lines up nice. So working backwards. It needs to add up to 24, so 7 plus 6 is 13, plus 2 is 15, which means we have 9 stitches before our increase. Math. Keeps you sharp, or doesn't. Yeah. It is cold here right now. I've got bare feet on, which are just a pair of fluffy brown socks with bare faces on them. I call them my bare feet. It's like I am very cozy, but it is cold here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When I think about like just even 2 streams ago, I pretty much like wanted to take my jumper off the whole time. It was too hot to have my hair out. It was too hot to have like socks on or anything like that. It was. I would leave here on my breaks just to try and get fresh air. I'd run outside and just like take big lungfuls. Whereas like right now I'm just like, nope, I'm good. I'm cold, but I'm in a corner and it's fine. 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, itchy. I'm not enjoying what's happening in the chat right now. It's like, y'all are aging us all terribly. That said, I am just like, it doesn't really bother me. And it's like I actually really like the silver in my hair. I'm trying to grow it back out again now after the dyeing incident, which the semi-permanent dye is with me forever. But yeah, it's like the silver it like it sparkles in the sunshine. And I actually just think that you have to be really lucky to get the chance to age. Not to be too macabre about it, but so, like, very blessed. There we go. So you're giving him a little bit of a booty. That might even just be enough of a booty. Do we want to go a little bit more booty? A little more booty? A little scooch more booty? Scooch more booty. Tiny, just a tiny bit more booty. 6 and 8. Oh. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it was only 18? I thought it felt a lot colder than that. Am I playing Yarn Chicken? Yeah, of course I am. What's life without a little danger? It's fine, I can just attach on more if I need to. I also don't want to just be left with a little like nugget of yarn with no project to attach it to. That said, Pokemon has really chewed through my all of this color and my blue. Some colors are just very Pokemon-esque, others are not. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, that's enough booty now. So we'll do 2 rounds of single crochet at 28 stitches. So funny, every time I turn over one of the ones that might be looking at the camera gets that little bit clearer. There we go. We were back in focus briefly before it decided to focus on these guys. Maybe just no more Pokemon in the background for me until I work out how the autofocus works, or I turn the autofocus off, but that's its own downside, really. You're never going to Australia? It would melt. Yeah, it does get hot here. We'll not pretend it doesn't. We had a very long, hot summer this season. It didn't necessarily get like... It wasn't necessarily unusually hot, it was just unusually long. So it was hot out of season, when it shouldn't have been hot anymore. It caused all sorts of problems for everyone. Really bad ones. Happy stream though, so... Yep, we are playing Yarn Chicken with this colour. I believe this colour is gold? Might be gold. I definitely have at least one more ball on the shelf. I went through a lot of it just because of Croissant. But when I remake him, and I'm in the process of doing it, I'm making him in like greens, which feels a little bit more lizardy. Well, that's a question for all of you guys. What colour should a baby T-Rex be? Because I'm practicing it right now in a couple of shades of green, but I feel like it's not very creative. So yeah, what colour should a baby T-Rex be? Yeah, nearly threw my stitch just then. One more, here we go. 1, 2. Yeah, gold. Okay, cool. Hey, it is totally a Dragonite colour, you're right. Which is funny because Dragonite always feels like it should be more orange, but orange is way too orange. I'll keep this in mind when I make Dragonite. Good recommendation. Yellow, red, pink, blue. Beigey brown? That's a bit boring. I don't want to do beigey brown. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're probably the most accurate. It's probably correct. I'm seeing orangey red. We're seeing the peach orange I already kind of did with Peaches the raptor, and so like I'm worried that it'll just literally look like her baby. Pink or grey? Okay, I'm seeing definitely the warmer colours. Aw, Chomper! Friends for dinner. Oh, that's a Land Before Time cut, that is. But yeah, I guess purple works. Yeah, you basically just, I think you've listed every colour at this point, which is great. So what we are seeing right now is me losing Yarn Chicken because I clearly don't have enough. I have enough there for like, what, 10 more stitches? Sorry, from my fingertip to my elbow is 9 stitches worth of yarn. I've just worked that out over time. So I've got maybe 10 stitches worth of yarn here, and I've got more than 10 stitches to go on this little dude. So I guess I better start digging, better I? All right, off the shelf it comes. I don't like dismantling my display shelves for this, but I don't know why I'm telling you guys off. It's me that's doing it. There we go. A brand new colour. Crisp. For the crisp rat. And I'm just going to attach it on as I go. Oh, no, wait. I'm not. I'm going to knot it on properly because I'm going to be brushing it probably to fluffiness, which means that you got to be careful that it doesn't unravel. You got to be a little bit more careful. Lilac could be pretty. Why is it called Yarn Chicken though? First of all, yeah, it's Yarn Chicken, not Chicken Yarn. It's called Yarn Chicken because of the game Chicken, where you race at another person. Like, Okay, Mr. Bones is explaining it. Basically, you race at another person and like the first person to swerve loses, but otherwise you will crash and yeah. So we're racing towards the end. How am I doing here? So I've shortened him a little bit. I should go around again just because I've shortened him. We need to give him a little bit of height because he's not a stunted potato, he's a fully grown potato. Three. Let's see if I was right about my estimate here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I said 10, didn't I? 10. With that much to go. See? Haha! Do I know things? Do I know things? Let's get these eyes off the camera so I can focus. How far across is this? No, okay. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We're doing it fine. Is it you? Is it you? Who is making... I'm losing time. Anyway, so to join this on, I'm literally just going to do a color change and then I'm going to knot them together on the inside. If an idea is stupid but it works, it ain't stupid. So, knot these two together really, really tightly so they don't unravel. And technically you should be doing this whenever you do a color change. I'm just super lazy. And we carry on, and nobody has to know. We're all good. Ah. Could it be the Raticate on my sketchbook, maybe? Because, like, there's definitely something, right? I'm not going crazy. I'm out of focus, and I've turned all of the eyes around so that none of them are showing. So, like, if I move this, we've got, like, a big overexposed spot. So, we're just going to soldier through for the rest of the stream, and I'll just do a bunch of stream experimentation this week. See if we can't just get it working. Because it'd be so nice just to be able to turn it on and not have to fiddle with the camera settings every time. Just like I love how my traitorous little Logi is now showing colours accurately. So it's something to do with the lighting in this scenario. It has to be. Alright, so that's the extra row I told myself I would do. Did I do 2 rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've written down an extra row that I haven't done. That's my increase. I've done 3 rows since then. So I guess I'm going around again. Cool. Just going to keep nuggeting up the rat. Not. Who's there? It's complicated. No, Darcy, there's no skeleton behind me. I'm seeing a lot of Crisp Rat, so I'm thinking that we've named this Raticate. I think we've named him Crisp. He's Crisp Rat.
There's a system for this.
Mr. Bones is objecting that me circumventing democratic process, so there will still be a vote on the name, don't worry. Ratatouille? Yeah? Okay, and we're going to do just another row count just to make sure that we are where I think I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Cool, all right. The notes match the work. That's important. Let's stuff ourselves a rat. See where we're actually at. Rathu? Rathu? Oh God, you're right. What's happening? Betrayal? I always went with bitey, personally, when I was playing. Because it's just like the teeth. But then I'd also be prone to calling Paras pinchy, or Krabby pinchy. So they were pinchy and bitey. They bite and bite. They bite and bite and bite. Doop, 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 doop. If I start closing in now, he's gonna be a short rat. But if I don't start closing in now, he's gonna be too tall. Right, let's say I'm up here, which means that I do have... That's where I'm at. Right, in that glare spot. Here we go. This is what I'm looking at. See how it's an actual drawing and not just a white circle? Let's say we're here now at the moment. So I would still go down a little bit more and then just start closing off, I think is the plan. So, around again we go. Julius Caesar. Mandible the First. Just also remember that sometimes simple names are nice too. Conrad. Okay, no, we've got to narrow the names down. We can't have 9 names. So, Mr. Bones, would you mind writing the 9 names you have so far? And let people discuss, and we'll try and get it narrowed down to the 4 that you can vote for. So, if you have an opinion on the names, get ready, because I'm going to need you to like be loud and present in the chat, because otherwise they may not even make it to the poll. Okay, like Gus and Bob suddenly made their entrance, which is hilarious to me. Oh, it's too tight to call this race. It's a bit of a squeaker. Okay, enough rows of single crochet now. I've had enough. We are now going to start closing in the back. So we're at 28, so I should do 4 decreases. We'll evenly space them though. We'll go 2, decrease, 3. We'll do that 4 times, which will bring us down to 24 stitches, sorry. And then we'll do a round butt. Okay, the choices: Edward, Jose, it went up. Chris Pratt, Matthew, Radicus, Radigan, Rathbone, Julius Caesar, and Mr. Bones miscounted. I don't think Mr. Bones was expecting me to tell him to just produce his results straight away. I'm not, oh, guys, I'm getting new names suggested now. And the whole point was to narrow down our existing list of names. Because if we can't come to a consensus, I'm going to be a dirty rat and I'm just going to name him Bitey. Yeah, I thought Chris Pratt was one of the names we were talking about. Okay, Edward and Jose are gone, and Bitey's been added. Is Chris Pratt on the list? Because that was my personal favourite, honestly, up until this point. Yeah, I call the big one Bitey. Can I just add that Mr. Bones has been playing a lot of Helldivers, so his commitment to democracy cannot be questioned. Okay, down to 24. A little nugget with a little booty. Booty, 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 booty. And I guess okay, we're gonna have a little short boy Rattata, I think. Eradicate. No, we're going to do round bottom first, so that's 3 decreases. So at 24, that means it's going to be 3 decrease and then 3. Should get us down to 21, and then we'll do 3, 4, 5, and then a decrease to get us down to 18, and then we'll just do our division by 6, our decreasing by 6. This yeah, I can see the little Rattata being shorts. Just like Reshiram is going to have to be caw-caw. Caw-caw, I'm a Reshiram. See, normally you guys have like condensed your votes down into just like a few very popular names, whereas I feel like everyone's very committed to their own names at the moment, which is fine. If we had like a March Madness setup, like maybe you guys could like pick between 2 names at a time and we'll just start narrowing it down. So, honey, when you hear this, I might get you to send me the list in Discord and I'll start calling them out 2 at a time and we can start narrowing this field down a little bit. It's good to know there's so much love for Raticate though, because I do think that the Rattata Raticate line is one that's sort of like looked down upon as like the beginner areas, and they don't really get as much love as some of the others. So I love that everyone is so fiercely defending their right to name this fellow. Okay, sorry. All right, it doesn't sound like we need to narrow it down any further than it looks like it looks like we've kind of got it condensed. That's a lot of poles, Mr. Bones, and my keyboard's really far away. Okay. He's got a little ratty booty. So that's 21 now, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yep, cool. We're at 21. So now we get down to 18. Wow, that's a long list. Okay. All right, we're going to break it down into a series of polls, everybody. They're going to go quick. So if you want to be part of this naming process, you're going to need to hang on in there. So let's start the first poll here. We got Edward, say, add option. Add option and all right, everybody, start your engines and vote for a winner. Mr. Bones, if it's okay, I'll get you to keep track of when I close, like just keep the winners list so that I don't have to write them down more than I have to. All right, you have until I finish this row and then I'm closing the poll. Now those aren't the only 4 names. We're going to do another poll with the next names and then the winners, we'll do a poll of them. So you guys are going to get to have lots of voting. Your opinions are all valid. We're just trying to capture the one that is going to make the most people the least unhappy. Which is truly the spirit of democracy, if you ask me. Okay, the row is over. Chris Pratt. Looks like Chris Pratt won with 62% of the vote. That is decisive. And we will start the next poll, which has Rathu, Ratigan, Rathbone, and Julius Caesar. It's a dignified name if I've ever heard one. Okay, go. You have until I finish the next row. It's 4, 5, 6, we're only going to 12, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's the end of the row. We are closing off the poll. Alrighty, it looks like Julius Caesar was the winner with 43% of the vote, eliminating Rathu, Ratigan, and Rathbone. Do I have enough for another? I only have 2 more names on this list. Mr. Bones, were there any other new ones that cropped up? Because Shorts was for the Rattata, not the Raticate, so I won't do a vote for that. Alright. We're going to give Rathu a second chance at the request of Mr. Bones. He gets a say here. And then the other 2 winners were Chris Pratt and Julius Caesar. So those are your 4 final names. I will leave this poll open a little bit longer while we finish off the base of the rat. Here we go. Yes. The winner of this vote will be the name of our rat. You ready? Have your say. Oh, Chris Pratt took an early lead, but it's battling for dominance. It's falling, it's falling. It's down to 38%. Apparently Mr. Bones is on the right side of history. Alrighty. I've only got 6 stitches left in this rat, so... well, 7 now that I frogged one by accident. So many animals involved with crochet. I'm making a rat, but I've had to frog it, and I've lost a yarn chicken while doing it. It's a whole barnyard right now. I'm sorry, guys. Chris Pratt has pretty much cemented its lead. It's slowly lost gear. Oh, sorry, slowly lost ground, but it It's ticking downwards, but it is still at 35%. That's fine, we can negotiate spelling, that's fine. Apparently Rathu is beating Julius Caesar, though I can only see the top result from my control panel. Well, we could do a best of 3 if we like. Just take the top 2 from this one and just have those again to force everybody to vote for one of the 2 options. I'm down to just keep this poll train going if you guys aren't sick of voting. There we go. So I've got my little ratty dumpling. Alrighty. I'm going to end this poll and then the top 2 will vote again. So everybody who voted for the other 2 will still get a say, I think. So we have eliminated Julius Caesar and we've eliminated Bitey. Julius Caesar had 26% of the vote. Bitey had 11%. Chris Pratt, 33% in the lead. And Ratu at 28%. So there was only 2% in it. So we're going to vote again, and everybody who voted for Julius Caesar or Bitey will have to redistribute their vote for either Crisp Rat or Ratu. There you go, everybody. This is the final decider. We're not going to do another vote after this. I'm feeling very, very like auctioneers. So who will be the winner? You have it in your hands. Ratu is off to an early lead at 100%, but oh, it's falling at 56% now. Still in the lead over Chris Pratt. People have decided they like Ratu better when asked just between those 2 questions. Drop down to 51% to 55%. Oh, Ratu is... It's so close, you guys. Are you doing this on purpose? Are we going to have to call it like Chris Ratu Rat? We could just call it Chris Ratu. Chris Pratt has good reach, but Ratu is a stocky boy. Can he bring it around in the final round? You resent this process? I'm so sorry, Nat. Because, like, yeah, we could combine the 2 and just say Chris Ratu. If it ends on 50%, I'm going to do it. Okay, well, I'm going to look away for a bit so I'm not ruining the results here, but it may have gotten the vibe that the stream is coming to a close, and that's because it is. We'll find out Ratu's name in a second. But the poll is still going. It can still shift. But in the meantime, let's do a little wrap up. So we've got... Oh, I hit some stream lag then. I don't know if you guys did as well, but we have our Gloom, who is missing some key details, but will be looking more himself next week when he's pulled himself together a little bit. We have our delightful little love, our little Slowpoke, who I adore. I adore everything about it. I think nailed it, feeling great about it. Such a little handful. And we've got a potato, who I will turn into a rat before this time next week. So let's close that vote off. And the official winner, I'm seeing Chris Ratu. Ratu won at 53% of the vote. Chris Pratt lost at 46%. So we have a decided victory. Ratu is the winner. The people want a merger. I am happy to refer to him as Chris Ratu. I think that's a thing everybody can win. I think it's very gracious of the Ratu side of this to offer to merge with Chris Pratt, just to make sure that everybody can feel like a winner today. So thank you everybody for that. We can refer to him Ratu, but we all know his full name is Chris Ratu. So with that, we are going to wrap it up today. Yeah, so thank you everybody for hanging out, and come back next week, probably again on Sunday, to once again manage to not pick Diglet. Like, this is getting a little ridiculous. I just want to make the day